Hey, grace and peace, everybody. We're back. We're in the building. We got a special watch party we're doing on this evening. So thank you to everybody who saw the thumbnail, who saw the title, who jumped into the best live chat on the internet. We're going to be watching Dangerous Liberties interview with Mitch Snow. I believe he's going to be, I don't know if it's actually Mitch Snow or to be relatives and those persons directly related to him. Either way, we're going to be checking it out. I think it's going to be super fun. So we're going to be doing that, and it's going to start in a few minutes, actually about 20 minutes. So shout out to everybody who's already jumped into the best live chat on the interweb. Holla at your boy. Holla at your boy. All right. Do want to go over a couple quick things very quickly. Tomorrow, I'll have Nick Brooks on. We're going to be talking about all legal issues around Candaspiracy. So that should be fun. So check us out tomorrow. There'll be Nick Brooks will be tapping in at 12:30 tomorrow. So please make sure you check out the most electrifying comment section and live chat on the planet. All right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I had a couple of clips I wanted to play, but let me pull this in. Yo, how did we get here, man? What is wrong with this woman? So, I really hope this is fake. Y'all probably have seen this, man. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. You may have seen this, you may have not. I'm hoping it's fake. I really am. I mean, just for our own solidarity's sake, this woman put up here on the Lord's internet. What did she put up here? She said, France, Israel, Australia, the Daily Wire, PragerU. This is my first time hearing that PragerU was an enemy of Candace Owens. This is my first time hearing it. Now, maybe something else had popped off. I mean, she forever fighting with people. That's all I got to say, man. That woman is cantankerous. And look, I know about cantankerous people, but my gosh, in the morning. PragerU, Turning Point USA, Alex Jones, Christian influencers, the entire mainstream media, AIPAC, Lockheed Martin? Why is Lockheed Martin catching strays? Yo, how's Lockheed Martin up in here getting in trouble? Gosh. Raytheon, Big Pharma, and Hollywood. Why doesn't she have Wakanda on here? Why does she not have Wakanda on here? And all of Thundera, man. The Thundercats are not feeling Candace. But anyway, versus me. Come on. What in the world are we seeing? What is wrong with you? Yo, I don't mean to laugh at her, but I do. I really do. I'm sorry. I do mean to laugh at her. I'm not even going to try to pretend. Because I think she's funny, man. I think she's a comedy skit. Of course, I always say that Candace is a IQ test. I do believe that. I do believe Candace is an IQ test. Okay. Wild work. I think it's just funny to me that this woman can go around and miss the whole plot so just openly. It's going to have to be studied by science. I'm looking. Yeah, this is true. This is really her tweet. I was hoping it was fake. But yeah, it's going to be wild today, to say the least. There was something from Valhalla I wanted to look at. Was it on Facebook was it on the YouTube? Where was it? Let me pull it back up. Here, let me see. They had a little quick segment I thought was very useful and very helpful for what we're going to be talking about on today. I don't see it. And now I look like I'm just wandering. Shout out to the best live chat. She full on Kanye? You think she full Kanye? Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, it is real. Okay. All right. Yeah, she is tweeting up a storm. That's what I'm saying. Like, she did not enjoy her Christmas. She couldn't have. I mean, that's all she's been doing is on Twitter. Like, how are you enjoying your family? How are you enjoying anything when literally all you're doing is over here defending your honor, fighting for your honor on this here internet? That's crazy work. That's some crazy work, for real. I see y'all taking my poll. So 58% of y'all said whatever's being served, that's your drink. 25% they said they down with the eggnog. I said egg not. I don't even know what that is. Shout out for spelling errors. Then we got pumpkin spice anything, and then flaming rum punch. If you know where flaming rum punch is, you're probably my best friend. If you know where that's from. It was on Twitter. That's what I thought. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Well, here, let me be a little bit more judicious in my search. It was just a segment, and I had it queued up, and I don't know what happened. All right. And I'm like, well, where's it here? Bang. I don't see it. Here, I'm going to look on this YouTube real quick. Let's see. Does anybody know where flaming rum punch comes from? Let's see. Are they my spirit animals? Let's see if they know. Ah ha ha. There we go. It's a Wonderful Life. There we go. What's up? Greetings from New Zealand up in the building. Y'all put where y'all are from. I unfollowed Candace. Just curious. Did she post a Merry Christmas on X? I don't think so. Let me look. I don't think so. That's a great question. I don't see anything on this old interweb streets. All right, I don't see that. I'm gonna leave it alone because now it look like I'm just searching. So shout out for sure. I don't see anything that she posted from the good old Merry Christmas. So I don't know. Massachusetts, up in more New Zealanders. Shout out! Wow, that's great. Japan, man, we international up in this piece. It was Clarence's drink from It's a Wonderful Life. Absolutely. Light on the Cloves. Absolutely. That's my favorite movie of all time. How much money Candace raised from the Gifts and Go? Let me look real quick. I heard it was 100 and what's it called? 140,000. At the current moment, it's here. I'll pull it in real quick so y'all can see it. Man, that's crazy work. At the current moment, it's $141,560. That's sad. And given the fact that the dude is more than likely scamming in 4K, I mean, he's just a scammer. I mean, that's some nasty work right there. Hunter, what you call it? Yeah, I was just processing it. I was processing a little slow. I mean, it is a fraud. I don't understand how Gifts and Go works. I know it's an alternative to whatever the other platform is. What you call it? It's another one of those platforms. But I don't know why they don't shut this down. Maybe I don't know. Like, is it? To me, it's a scam. It's a fraud. All the money should be reinvested back. Well, thank you so much. New York in the house, snowing like crazy. Is Gary and Valhalla streaming together, or is it just Gary? I believe it's just Gary. Thank you so much for the $50 super. My goodness. Thank you, Debbie. And Gary, I talked to Gary today. He said absolutely that we can live stream. We could party stream it. Matter of fact, hey, let's do this real quick. Here, I'm going to drop the link. Everybody run over to Gary's channel real quick. Open up another browser. Open up Gary's channel and just drop him some green hearts in the chat. Let him know we appreciate him. Gary's a great guy. I really enjoyed talking to him. Really smart guy and very kind, super YouTuber. Sometimes that's hard to find, but Gary seemed like a real one. I'm pretty sure, I feel comfortable that if Gary were your instructor in the arts of weaponry, you'd be taught really well because he seems like a really nice guy. So anyway, yeah, I'll drop the link in there. Go jump over there real quick. Drop some green hearts in there. Let them know we appreciate them. Somebody say, go Max. I see y'all already flooding him. I love it. Let them know we appreciate him, man. He's doing a great job over there. All right, let me pull this in. Here we go. so y'all can see it as well. Bang. There we go. Man, get them green hearts up in there. I love it. Here, I'm going to go and do another one. I'm drop some more myself. All right, so let's unpack. What are we going to be doing on this evening? Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. All right, again, thank you so much, Debbie, for kicking us off like that. Okay, y'all all saw that Candace had this mystery email phone conversation with this guy who was, special forces, finds, drug tunnels. He gets double crossed by the military. He's under an NDA for 35 years. Just crazy. Just the most Jason Bourne meets Inspector Gadget, Mr. Magoo story you've ever heard in your life, right? Well, she tells the story, and the guy comes and he talks about how he saw Brian Harpole on this military base along with Erica Kirk and one of the state representatives. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't say he saw me, right? Everybody was catching strays. Well, the story continues. Once he got on, of course, everybody, what's going to happen. The internet is going to internet, right? And people start pulling apart this man's story. Just slowly but surely, the threads started coming undone and the story just falls apart. People are arguing that he never really was in the military. Special forces. He was discharged he was in the Army longer than he said. He's been on other podcasts. He's not been under witness protection by any means or measures. He's got several abuse cases with several ex-wives. The story just goes completely crazy. Well, of course, what's going to happen? Candace is going to get there on that Twitter, and she's going to try her very best to keep this because this gentleman is the key. This gentleman is the glue that really brings together that whole Egyptian plane story. As crazy as the Egyptian plane story sounds, as loony as the story sounds, this gentleman is the one that holds it all together. So if he goes away, if this story falls apart, well, guess what? So goes the Egyptian planes. So she has been fighting up and down, left and right and center. All of her sycophants, all of Cantifa. By the way, let's stop for a moment. Shout out to Cantifa. If you are here, you get room up here at the front of the church. So come on, please come on up here. I have noticed your numbers have started to dwindle. It's okay. It's perfectly okay. In the back of the church, there are trash receptacles. You can throw away your Cantifa membership card and join us in normal, regular world. I continue. So Candace and the other Cantifa people have been all over Twitter trying to make this story make sense. Well, the problem is the gentlemen who have been pulling apart, remember I said pulling those threads, these gentlemen are not your average Joes. They're not like me, right? These are real ex-military, ex-special forces. They know all the lingo. They know all the terms. They know the places. And so we're talking about Paramount Tactical. We're talking about Valhalla VTF and the VFT and the such of that nature and others that are really smart in this field. Well, he done messed up pretty bad. He done messed up pretty bad because now everybody's on his bumper. And I mean everybody is on this dude's bumper, and it's very clear and extremely clear to see that he's in trouble. He's in big trouble. So we are going to watch tonight Gary from Paramount Tactical. Again, shout out to Gary. Excellent content creator. He has been crushing it. He has been on this thing. He's talked to family members. I believe he's going to be talking to Mitch's son today, maybe even Mitch himself. It is just bonkers. I mean, and it's becoming very clear, extremely clear. This dude was lying. I mean, the summation of it is that the dude was lying. That's it. So now Candace has yet another instance where she didn't vet something. She didn't go through the proper channels. She just trusted, I guess, I don't know, maybe she was doing a Google search. I don't know. But whatever she was trusting is pretty clear, pretty evident. It let her down. And just like, again, y'all know I'm going to bring up my 920 building, just like the 920 building email, just like the BB email, just like this. She keeps fighting. She will not admit she was wrong. She will not admit, I did not do my research. She will not admit saying I got duped. And this guy is a fraud because, like I said, her whole story, the whole entire story of what happened at, this Egyptian plane foolishness all hinges on this guy. There's no other resource. And who would trust another resource, right? If she came up with another, oh, wait, I found another person that was there. Nobody would trust them. Nobody would believe her because we know you didn't vet this guy. So again, shout out to the best live chat. Thank you for going over there. Look at all these green hearts. I love y'all. I love y'all so much, man. This is the best live chat. Every day I talk to a content creator, and every day I tell them that we have the best live chat on the internet right here. I understand what other people say. I understand what other people postulate. But at the end of the day, the rubber meets the road, the meat meets the metal. The proof is right here. This is the best live chat on the internet. And the most electrifying comment section. Catch me outside. I mean, for real. I'll stand outside. I'll meet you right over here in the corner. And we can talk about how I got that patch in my grass looking all legit. Yo, let me tell you this while we just talking. Okay. Here in Atlanta, we do every summer, every Christmas, they have somewhere, whether it be Atlantic Station, Midtown, Buckhead, Lenox Mall. They'll do this, basically a pop-up ice rink. And most Christmases, it makes sense. Over at Stone Mountain, they'll do it too. Most Christmases, it makes sense. And I got to find the pictures. I really wish I could find a picture because I want to show my wife. Apparently, bless their hearts, they tried. But let me tell you, Atlanta weather is so disrespectful. How disrespectful is it? It was 70 degrees yesterday, y'all. It's been hot all week, right? Them poor people was out there trying to ice skate, and it was probably about 1 inch of water. And I gotta find the picture. It is the funniest, saddest thing I've ever seen. Like, yo, like Atlanta is just disrespectful. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I kept telling my wife I was gonna show her it. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, girl, them poor people was out there trying to skate and that stuff, ice skate and that. And it was a mess. And I just feel bad because, like, man, we be trying so hard. We want to be a winter wonderland. But when we get that winter, we be dying. I cannot find it. Doggone it. Post that you've seen. Let's see. I need to see a post that I've seen. Oh, man. It was so funny. I'm like, yo. Oh, wait. Maybe I did find it. No, I didn't. Dang. All right. Anyway, when I find it, I'm going to do it like a station break or something. But needless to say, what I do want to say is it was very funny. So shout out to everybody that is able to have a real winter wonderland type of effect for your Christmas, unlike us here in Georgia. All right. Let me see. I don't see it. Dang it. It was the wildest thing watching these poor people try to get out here and skate in this doggone ice skate in this melting ice rink. And I hate it because, I mean, we don't it's not usually that cold. Now, come January, February, sometimes it does get a little spicy, a little cool outside.
If you're weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now.
All right, Gary is coming in, so let's bring him in.
On the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
See if we did this right. Shout out to Gary. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
All right. What is happening, all you great Americans? Welcome to another Dangerous Liberty Podcast live. And we're going to be taking your questions, reading your
sorry about that.
Comments, all the good stuff. But first and foremost, hope everybody out there had a great Christmas.
We did.
Hopefully you at least got everything that you paid for. But I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. All of our usual suspects over there. Definitely want to say hi to all our mods. Number one, all our mods. I know this is the day after Christmas. You could be spending time with your family, but you guys are in here helping us, supporting us. We really appreciate that. But just going right up to the top, I want to say hi to the Ghostwriter, Star Jerk, Cindy Lou Hoot, who's also a member. Thank you, Cindy. Ashlyn Cherry, Alita 960, Seed of Elijah, the Panopticon, who's also a mod. All right, and many, many more. So make sure you guys say hi. If you will, go ahead, like, share, subscribe. And again, if you want to support the channel, down in the description below is a link if you want to become a member. We do really appreciate that. I'm going to give a little bit more time for people to kind of filter in. What we're going to do tonight is I'm going to go over some of the basic facts of this entire case. I've been on the phone all day. Well, I'll just tell you, I've been on the phone all day or a lot of today. And I know she's watching, a ex-wife of Harry's. And man, what is going on with all this stuff? Or Mitch, I don't know. I don't know what to call him anymore. What is going on with this is, again, I learn new things every single day. And I wasn't planning on doing a live stream tonight, but I wanted to. Number one, I want to go into Valhalla's, Nate's live stream with making sure that everybody that at least watches this is aware of the facts of the case. We lay that out straight. And then I'm gonna go ahead and live stream and kind of react to what he has going on.
Oh, he's a double run.
If nothing's changed, I haven't talked to him since Christmas Eve. Nothing's changed. He's gonna have one of Harry's ex-wives on as well.
Yikes.
And folks, this story gets crazier and crazier. Like, you would not believe what is going on with this, between the different court cases, between the different domestic violence charges, between the different orders of protection, both people that he's married to and not married to, and then the kids involved. Like, this is one of the craziest, just flat out tragedies. This guy has left a wake of victims in his path. And, you know, one of the things that I was trying to convey to someone I was talking to today is the importance of them coming on and talking about this. And look, because of the trauma of kids and everything else that are involved in this, I understand, and it's completely reasonable that people that have been involved with him, and by the way, like, broke ties and haven't really spoken to this person for over 10 years, don't want to get involved. But unfortunately, I think the sooner they do and kind of nip this in the bud, the less traumatic it's going to end up being. And, you know, this is a real shame because, you know, ultimately what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with somebody's eyewitness testimony. That is the only proof of anything that we have. As a matter of fact, we now have a lot of proof and evidence that the opposite of what he said is true in many different, you know, areas. And we're going to talk about that. So this entire story about Fort Huachuca is based on Mitchell Snow's credibility. And unfortunately, we're also tasked with, myself, Nate, and other people that are talking about this. We're tasked with the thing that Candace should have done from the beginning. And that is vet this story, vet this person. It's not hard. It wouldn't have been very difficult to do. It would have taken 20 minutes. And then not only did she not do that the first time, she had him back on almost a week later and had him tell this story. And now what we're dealing with is the fact that she has a fund that's set up for him. The last time I checked, he had $141,000 set up in that fund. And that's what he is going to end up receiving. And we're going to talk about the real tragedy of that, the fact that he has a lot of kids involved in this, and has never paid child support for these kids. 4 different kids that I know of. And I'm finding out about new wives, new girlfriends. People are contacting me every day. I'm sure the same thing has happened with Nate. And
he's a player.
I mean, it's just insane. It's just all over the place. It's hard to keep track of. And that was one of the things I was, you know, talking to someone on the phone today. I was like, I don't even know how to tell your story. It is so convoluted and it's crazy. Like, there's just stuff going all over the place. There's multiple court cases just with one person, and then different timelines. And we're going to go through some of that stuff today. Now, tomorrow I will have Mitchell's son from his very first wife on, and he's going to give his story and tell you his account of what's happening with this guy and his experience with this guy.
Okay, so it's tomorrow. Okay.
So this is not just like character assassination or anything else. The relevant aspect of this is the fact that his entire story is based on his credibility. And I can tell you from what's happening here, this is not a person that I would ever have on my show. he has no credibility. He has been caught lying time and time and time again, and I'm going to give you some additional proof of that. I do have his DD-214 that is still being checked out. That was up at USASOC, I think, the last time that any word from that was on Christmas Eve. I'm sure we won't get any additional word on that till Monday. There's some truths in what he said. I'm just going to prepare you right now, but there are also some weird things going on with his military record, and then also some flat out lies that I'm going to prove to you tonight as well. And again, once we're kind of done here, and I also want to field a bunch of questions. That's the other part of this, and try to answer as many questions so that you guys are informed. I don't care about a narrative. What I want is the truth, and I think everybody on this channel is concerned with that as well. And that's what this whole thing is all about. All right. So the first thing that I want to do, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I should have put a link to this. Again, I was kind of working up to the clock, trying to get everything done. But I'm going to share a video with you guys. Oh, and by the way, just like always, again, we definitely encourage disagreement. We're not going to deal with ad hominems. You're just going to be gone. And I will prioritize super chats toward the end of this or whenever I feel like. And then we will take as many live questions toward the end of this as well. And there again, we're also going to cover the live stream from Nate's stream as well. But I want to show you this podcast that, and I recommend that you go watch this. I will put a link down in the description below for this podcast. You can find it on Rumble. I believe it was removed off of YouTube recently. So I was looking for it. I'd seen it one time, went to go find it on YouTube again. It was gone. But anyways, let's go ahead and play this.
From there, I went on and got to go into special forces, did a lot of climbing.
Now, I just want to kind of set you guys up so you guys know what you're watching here. So this was a podcast that he's on, and basically what Mitch is claiming is that his wife that he's going through a divorce is, she has paid off all the judges, like all the judges, all the law enforcement in this town are in on this. They're trying to frame him. They're trying to set him up. And then on top of that, his wife is actually abusing this child, and not just physically abusing him, but also the S word, right?
Wow.
A lot of insane claims going on here. And I was watching this last night and I became extremely conflicted. I was like, man, what if any of the stuff that he's saying is true? Like, the stakes have just gotten raised significantly. Now, there are portions of this that we're going to go over that it's clearly a lie. And then he's telling other things. It's just hard to tell. And at the end of the day, you don't know what's going on. And then I spoke to one of his ex-wives and I explained this to her. I'm like, look, this is kind of what I was thinking with this. Like, I don't even know what to do with this. Like, I don't want to get this wrong. And I still don't. There's just too much at stake here. He says that this kid, which is a young kid, I think he's probably around 6 or 7 years old at this point. And by the way, this is the son of the mother that's going to speak on VFT tonight on Nate's show. He's saying that she's intentionally making him sick, that she's starving this kid, that she's abusing this kid, that she's physically abusing this kid. And we're going to play some clips with that. But I want you to hear what's going on here. And then again, I conveyed this story and my concerns to one of his former ex-wives. And she's like, Gary, he said all the exact same things to me about my kids. She said I was abusing them, physically abusing them. And I'm telling you, when you hear these people's story, it just rings true. And by the way, they have a lot of court cases supporting documents on their side of it. I actually just sent a bunch of had another lawyer inquire about several cases that I couldn't get access to. She has found those. She's going to be sending those to me. She may even show up tonight. I don't know. I sent her a link to this so that she could talk about it. But you know what? I'm just going to tell you exactly what she said, just so that you guys understand what we're dealing with here. She said, okay, I looked him up online records we have in Washington. It's a very messy picture. There's some judgments against him, a bunch of protection order actions starting in 2013 that appear to be dismissed, but then several others starting in 2023 that were granted. And what looks like one of the highest conflict divorce files I've ever seen that started in 2017. It might still be going on. It is. On criminal records, all I see is a felony charge of some kind that was dismissed in 2023 and a felony conviction for second-degree theft in the name of Ronnie Jean Waite Jr. That is coming up under Mr. Snow's records for some reason. So I don't know if that's an alias or if Snow was a victim or a witness in the case. And I can tell you right now, I also have additional court records and documents that precede 2013. So, and that's the other part of this is like all of these different court records and documents and things like that are in multiple counties. They're filed in even multiple states. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and it's just really, really difficult to get to the truth. But there again, going back to what Candace could have done and should have done is you can do a real quick surface glance of this stuff and realize that this is not somebody that you want to have on your show and that his credibility is going to be questioned. And then after we talk about this, I'm definitely going to cover the material information that was relayed on her show. And we're going to make sure that is squared away. And on top of that, I want to give you guys an opportunity to challenge me on some of those things so we can talk through some of those details of why that story is just ridiculous on its face. But again, this guy is basically telling a story about how the entire world is conspiring against him to make sure that he can't get a hold of his son. And I welcome you to go watch this entire episode, and I will link it down in the description.
Unfortunately, through all of that, I trained hard, and my career got
So he's talking about his military service. He says, hey, I was training hard.
cut short. I broke my back, had several falls, broke my back, my neck, shoulder, skull, face, jaw, hip, knee, both ankles. And they decided, kick me out. It was
All right. So later on, he talks about having to relearn to walk again and all kinds of other things because of these injuries that he has. Again, speaking with his wife at the time, number one, his injury, the injury that he did hurt his back. It was not service related, and it did not happen as he claims. In multiple different documents, he's claimed that this happened on a training event where he fell over 80 feet. He broke just about every bone in his body and everything else. Now, there is some real circumstantial evidence that we can tell you that that is not true. And one of those is the fact, and he's getting ready to talk about it, that he was kicked out of the military. If you hurt yourself, oh, and by the way, the ex-wife that was his wife at the time of this injury says, number one, it did not happen. He actually hurt himself while he was off duty. And her words were while he was drinking.
Ooh.
And I can't corroborate that. Oh, but we can actually. That is actually admitted in another court document that I'm going to have prepared for you tomorrow. Again, I've been scrambling all day trying to get all this stuff together. The injuries were not service related. And we also know that because I'll tell you right now, if he had all of these injuries while in the military, he would have actually gotten a medical retirement.
Medical, yeah.
All right. I have his DD-214 here. I see what the code is for him leaving service, and it is not medical retirement. And he even claims that in just a few minutes. So let's play that, and I can show you that is indeed not true based on his military records.
medical. It was honorable, involuntary, but it was a good career. Yeah, we had a good plan, to have a good life together. And, being that I was retired from the military, medically disabled, I could raise any kids we had. She got caught doing, messing around with some guys. So we were leading to a divorce, and she was also not so great with me and my son. Things weren't going so good. And yeah, I started getting sicker and recovering from surgeries and stuff like that. She would take advantage of that. And, she was just one of these personalities that was kind one day and then, just horrible the next. And so after few years I was planning on leaving, separate myself from the things I was noticing she was doing, especially with our son and hurting him. Eventually, I was about ready to find out that she was stealing the money out of my account for my veteran compensations, and that I was trying to save up so that I could afford leaving her, getting an attorney, and distracting me, taking my keys, preventing us from leaving, doing dirty tricks, just keeping us locked up at home for the most part. And eventually, it ended up in a situation where the bank was calling me in about strange transactions, and I was scheduled to go meet them. And she was going through my emails, and she found those messages, knew I was going. And on that morning, she was loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting. She came out.
All right. So let me paint a picture for you, because I have skipped through some of this, but basically what he's been alluding to throughout this is that he's essentially this latchkey husband, that she keeps him locked up in the house. He's a grown man, keeps him locked up in the house, doesn't really allow freedom of movement, among other things. So now he's going to meet with the bank. So he's in his car. He's getting ready to go to meet with the bank because he's been informed that someone is trying to move money from his account to who knows, right? But they've informed him that he needs to come talk to him. Now he's in the car.
Acting real kind. She took my keys, she took my phone, she went back inside.
How does a woman take your keys and take your phone from a grown man? I don't understand that.
And forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other door.
All right. She's set up to be a prison. She broke the garage doors, and there's things stacked up against windows and other doors, I guess. Sounds like Alcatraz to me. I don't know how you ever got out of there alive.
Merciful. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet, back of my skull. And I got the hammer from her.
So she lures him in. She attacks him with a hammer, breaks his thumbs, I guess both thumbs, his feet, on the back of his skull.
What year was this?
That was 25 June 2016.
So this is how long this has been going on. And just so everyone know, Mitch is still trying to get a divorce. This has been going on almost 10 years. And you're still not divorced. And this is back in 2016. This is crazy.
Yeah. So, she did that. And eventually I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And she'd done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and.
All right. So she set up the garage as a prison to keep him contained. She beat him with the hammer, but she just forgot and left the hammer sitting there so that he could use it as a tool for offense, defense, and or just get out of the garage. Does this not sound like one of the dumbest stories on the face of the planet?
Break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. And I called for help. I called for dispatch. And, she tried to attack me and she pulled on my arm.
I thought she had his phone. She beat him with a hammer. She took his phone from him like, she was a bully taking someone's lunch money. And now he's called for dispatch. Like, I would think that being the beast of a woman that she apparently is, she would prevent him from getting his phone again, especially after his thumbs are broke, his feet are broke, he's been bashed in the back of the head with a hammer.
Holding the phone, dislocated my arm.
She dislocated his arm.
That's actually one of the surgeries. I'm still recovering from. I'm getting surgeries from it. But
So this woman, hold on, I just want to hear this again.
on my arm while I was holding and yeah, I called for help. I called for dispatch, and she tried to attack me and she pulled on my arm while I was holding the phone, dislocated my arm. That's actually one of the surgeries. I'm still.
This guy is either one of the most weak-gened, fragile individuals on the face of the planet. I'm sitting there holding the phone trying to call 911. She yanks on my arm and it just dislocates. Like I don't know if she has like a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I mean, this woman needs to be on somebody's payroll for a bodyguard.
Still recovering from. I'm getting surgeries from it. But yeah, I called for help. I called into them, and as I walked outside trying to just get away from her or drag her towards me so she was not, my son isn't getting hurt. I saw there was already cops there. They were sitting on the corner at DeMoss Road and Van Giesen out there, Benton City, not far from our house, like 400 feet from our house. I could see them. And
all right. That's all I was able to pull out of that in the time that I had. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is one of the, and that's just the beginning of it, folks. He goes on. I listened to this whole thing all last night and then listened to most of it again today. He goes on this wild story of judges being paid off by his ex-wife, of multiple doctors saying that this child has been abused both in the S way, physical abuse, and that this child has been starved. All right, and this kid's emaciated and all these other things. And the child is, as he says, on the spectrum. He's autistic. So there's a lot going on there. And again, as I'm watching this, I'm like, oh, man, I think for sure, as I'm playing this stuff through my head. I know this guy. He's lying about that. He's lying about a lot of other things. But there's a part of me that's like, man, can this just all be made up nonsense? And maybe he's exaggerating some things because some other things are true. And again, after the phone conversation that I had and the details that were relayed to me of the same exact type of tactics that he was using on other ex-wives, I was 100% convinced that all of this is just a lie. It is made up fantasy, and it's made to be such a big lie that it just boggles everybody's minds. And there again, you have an entire court history, criminal charges, protection orders, guns being taken, time and time again. And it's the exact same pattern with multiple people and other wives and girlfriends. All right. I was just given a new name today that I'm going to end up researching of a girlfriend that went through some of the exact same things that this person did. Now, just recapping a little bit. I'm building out this timeline, and it is it's hard to keep track of with everything going on. And there again, I'm finding new information, filling in new gaps of information every single day. Just so we're clear, he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitch Snow in 2010 upon marrying Lene Snow in 2010. All right. That's why he changed his name from Harry Myers to Mitchell Snow, not because he was ever in witness protection. And I have additional documents confirming that I will end up being released. And I'm kind of waiting to see, because again, Nate and I have been coordinating this entire thing and providing different points of research and information over the last week or so. And I want to see what information he provides tonight. So I'm not just doing things, and we're just not doing things in double. All right. His military service was 1/11/1989 through, he basically was in the military for 7 years, 6 months. His first wife, he married in 1990 through 94. All right. And what's important about this is that that was the time that he's saying that he was actually down on the border, which I do think that he went down to the border and did some things. I don't think he was actually involved at all. And I have some additional, I'll share a document with you that corroborates that. But I don't think he was actually involved in some big drug bust or anything else. I think he went down there to help support Task Force South, Border Patrol operations, and that's what he did. All right. One of the other things that his first wife relayed to me, and this is an ongoing theme, was that he was actually on temporary TDY orders to Korea. All right. He was getting double BAH, and he was taking all the money out of their account. All right. So this poor lady actually had to go to the command structure and actually let them know, hey, I'm not getting any money. He's getting double BAH. We're not getting any money. She's not getting any support whatsoever. And just to pay the bills, she had to get command involved. And there again, we see time and time again, this guy hasn't given any child support. The only child support that these women have been paid has been through the state of Washington. So one of the things I want to put on the table right now is, if this fund that is now $140,000, a couple things need to happen. Either all of that money needs to be returned to the donors, or this money needs to go to his kids. That's what needs to happen. And if Candace had any integrity, what she would do is she would match those funds. And again, a lot more information is going to be coming out tonight on Valhalla's channel and additional information. And I'll tell you, there's just going to have to be additional follow-up episodes on this, with just the information that I'm receiving over the last couple of days. Then he remarried. So he divorced this one lady, 1990 to 1994. He remarried in 1995 to 1999. All right. This is over the period when he hurt his back. All right. He hurt his back, according to his ex-wife, while drinking. All right. This was not a service related. So he was hurt. All right. Who knows how severely, but he didn't break all of his bones or anything like that. And we know, because I have his DD-214 here, is that he was released on a medical discharge. If everything that had happened that he's claiming, and somebody brought it up in the comments, even if he'd had a severe injury while still in the military and he broke 47 bones, couldn't walk, had to relearn to walk, all of these things that he's claiming, that his own ex-wives have said that's nothing like that ever happened. Nothing like that was even close to the truth. So he was released, medical discharge. He was not medically retired. We just heard him claim that he was medically retired, and he was not. So we know that's a lie. And there's just so much more going on with this. But the other thing that I want to get to that I think is really important. Oh, let's talk about another thing. Let me pull this up real quick. When I was talking about the fact that he was definitely involved down on the border, but his story about he was integral in the huge drug bust, finding the tunnels and all those other things. There's good information here that doesn't corroborate that. So if we look what's going on here, and I wish I could zoom in here. All right, it says participated. I'm going to pull this up on my own because the screen's too far away for me to see this. All right, now this is an ARCOM recommendation or something along those lines, AAM or ARCOM. I think it's an AAM, Army Achievement Medal. Instrumental in monitoring and implanting of the remote monitored battlefield sensor system in support of joint counter narcotics support in Arizona. All right, this is an award write-up. If he was involved in some big bust, that would be the first part of this. Not only did he assist in this operation, but it was critical in the finding of some big tunnel, some huge drug bust. That would be included in this. So what we're seeing time and time again is he takes elements of truth and he just goes wild with the exaggeration of it. That's what this guy does multiple times, over and over and over. And I do think, and again, let me pull that back up while you guys are still looking at it. Look, I think he was SF. All right. I think he was special forces for a very small amount of time. I'm not going to take away his service or achievement on that. Even here, we see that he did complete SFAS, Special Forces Assessment Selection. His DD-214 does indicate that he was a Special Forces, he was a Green Beret. Never did any, combat deployments or anything like that. There wasn't a lot going on during that time. I'm not going to take any of that away. That seems to be confirmed. What I can tell you is that Nate did have conversations with people up at USASOC, and they said they've never seen anything. They have some weird things going on with his records, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. One of the suggestions, I don't know if this is true, is that he may have had his tab revoked. Don't know if that's true. I'm just telling you what's going on, but none of that, it doesn't matter. All right, there's so much going on here that proves that, number one, this guy lies repeatedly. He has a long track record of some of the craziest activities. I mean, just, being a dirtbag in multiple ways. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the actual claims of what he talked about actually on Candace Owens, because I think that is really important here. What he claimed was that he walked into Joint Task Force South and he saw a bunch of colonels, 05s, 06s, 04s, which is exactly what you would see in any sort of task force. Joint Task Force Southern Border is a conventional military task force. So we have units from all over that are contributing to Border Patrol support operations. That's what they do. All right, this is not a special operations unit. It's not a special operations task force or anything else. I don't doubt that there's probably some special operations units and personnel attached to that, but it's a conventional operation. There's nothing crazy about that. Folks, it is illegal. We need to understand this and why his entire story. Well, let's go back to what his story actually claims. The only thing that he claimed is he walked in there and he saw some sort of evidence of a meeting because there was a lot of high-ranking people there. He could have went in there at noon. He could have went in there at 3 p.m. and he would see a lot of high-ranking people in there, which is another weird thing to me, because if he was actually a Green Beret, and almost all of us have been to different task force operations, whether it's SODEF, Seizure SODEF, or anything else, you know what's going on with that. And you're going to have a lot of different high-ranking officers and NCOs, by the way, that are going to be in and around that facility. I don't know why that struck him as odd to begin with. I don't know if it did, but it's easy to convey some of this information to somebody like Candace, who knows nothing about the military. And it's very clear to me that most of the public don't know anything about the military either. Because if you believe that a conventional forces JTF would be tasked with the clandestine planning and operation and ultimately the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil, you don't know anything about the military. They would never even consider that. You're talking about light colonels. They understand what their left and right limits are. They understand what the laws are. These people would be the first people, if somebody came to them and said, hey, guess what? We're going to plan the assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil. These people would be on the phone. They would have CNN out there. They'd have MSNBC. They'd have Fox News. That would be a story going all over the place, because these people would not participate in that because they know they'd end up in jail. That's just a fact. And it doesn't even make sense. But he didn't even claim that. He just claimed that there was a meeting. And then he claimed that he saw Brian Harpole. We have clear evidence that Brian Harpole was not there. And then the night before, he said he saw Erica Kirk there. I can't account for Erica Kirk's whereabouts on the night of September 8th, but I have seen not just what I've shown you. There's additional information that I know for a fact that Brian Harpole was in Dallas on September 9th for the entire day. All right. So you can believe what you want, and you can sit there and poke holes and say, oh, well, there was enough time. Arizona was 2 hours ahead. Like, it doesn't even make sense. But if you want to believe whatever, I believe that we have definitive proof that Congressman, I don't even know how to say his name, Amade, he actually was in Washington. So we continue to see even what he says to fall apart. I don't care if we did see Brian Harpole in there. I don't care if we saw Erica Kirk there. What you haven't provided is any information. He's not even
Why?
like he's claiming that he heard them, like, oh, I heard them talking about Charlie Kirk in the assassination. That's not a claim. He just claims he walks in this military building and sees some high-ranking folks and sees somebody that looks like that is Brian Harpole, and then the night before claims that Erica Kirk was at, you know, some Best Western or Quality Inn or whatever the heck it was. No way. And this is par for the course when it comes to Candace's theories. When she's constantly taking these things that really have no relation and no proof of the material topic, and then, you know, injecting that into it, like, oh, this is what was going on. Clearly, you can see what's going on here. I don't care if Mitchell was there. I think he probably was there. And going back to that, let's again, going back to this report, all right, this military police report that was sent to her. I don't know who sent it to her. If it was sent it to her, that was probably illegal to begin with. But we talked about all the problems that we have in this report. Number one, the license plate is not correct. The driver's license are not correct. You look up the building numbers, they're like the MWR facility, amongst other things. I am willing to say that it was probably some private that filled this out, and he just had a bunch of typos or whatever else. I'm going to be generous and actually consider that human nature and people make mistakes. But could you imagine, I just want you to think about this double standard. If TPUSA had submitted something like this to Candace, how she would tear this apart and say, oh, this is just more proof of conspiracy. We could sit here and say that, hey, this is proof that Candace made this whole thing up and this is a complete, I don't know. I don't know. And if you're an honest broker of information, you not only interpret circumstances and say, hey, this could mean that, you know, we'll take Mikey McCoy. Everybody loves that. Mikey McCoy freaked out, ran away from when Charlie Kirk was shot. He's in this middle of this traumatic event. Now you can say, hey, you know what? That's weird. That's weird that he would do that. And you know what? You can even go as far as say, look, that is suspicious that he would do that. Now he's talking on the phone or whatever else. But it's also the right thing to do if you're going to report balanced and fair. Like, hey, you know what? Dude was just freaking out. He didn't know what was going on. He thought he was in the middle of an active shooting event, and the best thing that he could do was get out of there. And he's probably been told by security, hey, this is, if shots ring out, I need you to get away, because that would be the standard protocol. Get yourself out of there so that you don't become another casualty that we have to deal with. So get yourself away. He is not part of security. He doesn't know the first thing probably about traumatic medical response training or anything like that. So he needs to get himself out of that position. And then you can go in and take all these other things that they have interpreted not only as strange, but suspicious. And then they jump from, hey, this is suspicious activity to it's proof, it is evidence of a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. And by the way, Candace Owens has multiple times, it's not just asking questions. She has definitely, without a doubt, multiple times claimed that TPUSA killed him. And I'm going to play that for you, as a matter of fact. That is so important to address, because I'm so sick of hearing it, that we are going to play proof of that. And I am tired of the cognitive dissonance that we are having with people that try to claim otherwise. All right. I'm going to go right here. And folks, if you're not following us on X, make sure you follow us on X. I'm going to make sure that we...
Hey, mods, can you drop the link in the chat for
I want to go
their X?
Look at that handsome guy. All right.
Look at that guy.
Let's watch this clip right here.
As I believe involved in a cover-up, and we can.
All right, so this is
I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up, and we can talk about what the motives are of that. They could be financial motives. That they're, it doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him, and I've never said that.
All right, there she goes. She says, "I've never claimed that TPUSA." She's on Russell Brand's show. I've never claimed that TPUSA was involved in killing him.
So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
Let's replay that.
in broad daylight in front of the entire world. Assassination attempt is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting.
She forgot to put a question mark on that. So she is no longer asking questions. That is an accusation through and through. And anybody claiming otherwise, you are just being dishonest. You are just being dishonest. So, you know, and yes, I will tell you, there are a lot of weird things that happened during the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I will tell you that. There are still a lot of questions. All right. I still have a whole show prepared talking about potential additional assets involved with this. And I don't think for a second that Tyler Robinson acted alone. I think it is very likely that he was recruited, that he was radicalized, and he was weaponized online. I do think that is very likely. The other thing is, I don't know that if he was by himself out there that day. All right, we haven't seen information on that. I do find it strange if it's true that the FBI was trying to limit or prevent other agencies looking into foreign involvement. I have a problem with that. All right. And I will be the first to hold them their feet to the fire on that. I never trust the government, but what I don't trust is social media personalities. The only people that can out fake news, the fake news, is social media. All right. These people have pushed all kinds of crazy things that have done nothing but confuse people time and time again, from, iPhone guns, palm guns, tunnels, flying drones. Like, you can talk about whatever you think that the FBI is lying about, or TPUSA is lied about, which I think most of those things that they're saying about TPUSA lying are misunderstandings in a chaotic environment. Mm-hmm. But without a doubt, social media and some of your favorite personalities pushing all these things have just pushed nonsense time and time again. Their lies are 15 or 20 to 1 of anything that you can point toward the FBI and or TPUSA. So, I think that is indicative of what's going on here. So I don't trust the FBI. I don't trust the U.S. government, but I sure as hell don't trust social media either. And the only way that you can discern between what's true and what's not true is a individual, independent assessment of the facts of every situation, and look at evidence, use some logic and common sense. That's all you can do. And when you all are sitting there and using these logical fallacies of like, oh, well, JFK was killed, so therefore by the CIA, so therefore Charlie Kirk was killed. Like, there's not even a direct comparison. Charlie Kirk was not the president of the United States. We also had like 3,000 phones monitoring this. The differences couldn't be more clear. And we also had him going against LGBTQ, and he may have been afraid of Israel. I don't know. But what I also know is that he has multiple times said the left was trying to kill him too. But we want to completely omit that part. We don't even want to pay attention to that. And we just want to take this one thing where it's like, oh, Israel was trying to kill him, and the Egyptian planes and all the other stuff. It's made to confuse you people. It's made to confuse Americans, and it's made to take people on a trip that leads them away from the truth. I think that's what's happening here. And I do think this is a real psychological operation that's taking place. I think that Candace is being used by that. And some other things that I want you to pay attention to on this is the artificial boost that Candace has received. And I have seen it time and time again on X. Look, I think that is mainly bots that are retweeting 3/4 of what they are on X when it comes to Candace. So they're up, they're upvoting, thumbs up, all of her stuff, all of her downstreamers, they're upvoting that. It is a bunch of bots. And then they're going to channels and profiles like mine, and then downvoting that, negative comments, trying to get us to stop. And then you look on these profiles, folks, and I have dozens and dozens of screenshots of this. These are profiles that a lot of them aren't from the United States, but a lot of them are like 5 followers, been on X for a couple years, or there's a whole string of them where that account was started in September, and there is no intelligent, there's like zero intelligence.
I have a ton of them that were just started December. So literally in the last 26 days.
Human intelligence involved in what's going on. It's just repost, all of the stuff that supports this crazy theory. And there's a bunch of good reasons for that. I think the left is involved in this. Foreign adversaries are involved in this. Like, people need to wake up. You're being played. And the same thing with her YouTube channels. Again, I know there are bots in my comments, and I know there are bots that are tweeting her YouTube numbers. A lot of her supporters, I think, are artificial. There is something going on here that is pushing this, even though it is filled with absolute ridiculous nonsense. And one of the other kind of points of evidence for that is how different the response is on Instagram. If you go to Instagram, you'll see, on X, if you say anything negative about Candace, it's like 50-1. Everybody's, all these bots come out, all these people come out like, leave Candace alone, you racist, and everything else they want to say. Oh, you're a Fed, you're paid by Israel, you're paid by this person, you're paid by that person. You go to Instagram, and it's the exact opposite. It's like 1 out of 50 comments will be like, oh, Candace is doing a great job. She's just asking questions. So there's a huge disparity. And I don't think what we're seeing on X, and I don't think what we're seeing on YouTube is a actual representation of the truth, period. All right. So what I want to do right now, we'll get to some questions. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to cover the super chats first. We got B Squared Construction became a new member. Thank you very much. Yes, Gary, so excited. Cannot wait for you to load it all up. Load it all up. I know what you're saying, I think. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas, Gary and crew. Thanks for all you do. Thank you.
Shout out to Debbie.
Great work. Thank you, Lucky 1109. Sounds like a master manipulator. He is. And man, I'm telling you, folks, it's like this. It's like some sort of, psychological thriller book that no one would believe, because there's so much stuff going on all at once and different moving pieces of this. And it's crazy. I need to write a book. Somebody needs to write a book or make a TV show out of this thing. I don't think anyone reads anymore. LNW 1442. Thank you very much.
I read.
Thank you for great work. I think you are too graceful about Candace. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing, working with the foreign disinfo forces, except for her husband, whom no one talks about. She's not taken advantage of. I am still going to stick with my current assessment. I think Candace does realize that different political forces and different foreign forces are capitalizing and exploiting her and using them to their own, purpose. That being said, I think that it is ego, narcissism, and the fact that she feels scorned by TPUSA. I think it's pure revenge that is driving her on this, and the fact that she will not back down when she puts out this absolute trash. Like, you can talk about Fed slop all you want. Like, between her theories, the things that she said, and the lack of evidence, here's Fed slop, and like somewhere down here below the floor of my basement is where her slop is. It doesn't make sense. Like, anybody with common sense and 2 brain cells wouldn't buy into this, but people are. And that's the shocking part of this. People are vested in this, and they don't want to know the truth. And when you give them evidence that she's lying, even though her first assertions have no evidence to back them up to begin with, they will go to their death saying that Candace is correct. I mean, it is as cult-like behavior as I've ever seen. But this guy is supposed to be SF. All right.
Like, what do you do
bad
with
apples
that,
everywhere.
Ray?
As far as I can tell, he is. It's a shame. All right. It's a stain on the regiment, but it looks like he is.
Married
Right?
Ronda Rousey is crazy.
Ronda Rousey. Mitch married China She-Hulk. Absolutely, TJ. TJ, I don't know if I responded, but I got your email and I meant to. I just don't know if I got around to it. That was very gracious, very kind of you. Thank you, TJ. He speaks like the worst type of wannabe actor, trying to channel sad and weak. Tone of voice is in constant what he thinks traumatized sound like. And we saw those dramatic pauses. We saw the drama that he conveyed throughout his interview with Candace as well. Like, nothing he said sounded believable to me, but a lot of these people were watching a completely different interview, I guess, because they walked away so convinced, and that anybody that's saying this is nonsense, even people in the military, don't know what they're talking about. And again, these people will fight you. All right. They will try to slime you, and you're just trying to give them the truth. And they're like, oh, it's like, I am so confused by the response of all this stuff. 7.62. I like that. I see what you did there. Wouldn't it be too bad if Candace ends up like Alex J in the end?
I think she will.
Look, I think lawsuits are coming. Well, there's already a lawsuit in place. And again, I think that's one of the things that we need to do is we need to do a deep dive with a lawyer to talk about the defamation lawsuit from the Macrones. I think that is a relevant piece of information that we all need to be aware of. She only platforms men who hurt women and children. Russell Brand, Milo, Weinstein, Andrew Tate, Mitch. I mean, that does seem to be a pattern.
That's a good catch. That's a great catch.
And I'm telling you, like, the talking to these women and seeing how they're re-traumatized through all this, it's tangible. Like, you hear it in their voice. I talked to one of his kids. Like, it's gross work. It's a shame this has to be done at all. And again, this was Candace's job. She should have vetted this guy from the beginning, and she didn't. And she didn't because she was so desperate for proof that she was right. Like, she's not worried about the integrity of what she's saying. She's not worried about the truth. She's worried about doing everything she can to destroy TPUSA and Charlie's legacy. I don't want to hear that Candace loved Charlie. It is clear to me that she did nothing but resent Charlie. And now that he's gone, she's going to destroy everything that he built, everything that he fought for. That's what she's doing, including his wife. The way that she is treated and has encouraged other people to treat that man's wife is effing disgusting. And I don't want to hear anybody tell me that Candace loved Charlie. She didn't. All right. She wasn't invited to his wedding. She hasn't talked to this guy or can produce, text messages since 2018 or 2019. I don't care if she went on a speaking tour with TPUSA. It wasn't with Charlie, and she was just another speaker. They hire different speakers all the time.
Right.
You don't have to have a personal relationship to do that. And they give her the script. She gets up there. She's good at that. All right. She's good at talking. All right. And they hired her for her services in 2024. All right. She did not have a personal relationship with Charlie for a really long time. Why Candace hate on those who's asking questions? It's a great thing. Great question from you. It's like, oh, Candace can ask questions, but nobody can ask questions of Candace. Candace can demand proof and evidence of everybody around her, even though but she can't present any proof. And if you ask her for proof, like, you're attacking her. Oh, clearly she's over the target. All of these like slogans that don't even make sense, that only imbeciles buy. Candace Rush's serving went up highly when they invaded Ukraine. Try looking back at what she put out there since with those glasses on. And I guess that correlates with the military talk as well. She's claimed, going back several weeks, she's like, I know this was a military operation. U.S. military operation is what she was saying. And I think the National Guard was involved as well. So these weird aspersions toward the military, and she's constantly claimed like, oh, TPUSA, they got ties to the military because this guy's father was in the military. So that makes you part of some sort of evil cabal that you never break away from. All right. It's the military. It's not the Skull and Bones Club.
Gary's hilarious.
The key to all this madness are the surveillance cameras in full context of Tyler Robinson. No edits. This will make or collapse Candace's empire. Like, there are clearly, we don't have all the information. And I don't, it's like, clearly we don't teach civics in our schools anymore. Like, we don't understand how the justice system works. We don't teach ethics in school anymore.
Sure don't.
We definitely don't teach common sense or critical thinking in schools anymore, which is why the American public, on top of the fact that we've been lied to so much by our government, we have been. All right. Look, we've been abused by our government time and time again. I understand that there is a major distrust, including my own. But guess who else understands that too? foreign and other political actors that want to pull down the Trump administration. And the other thing that I found, the real people that are actually supporting Candace on X and other social media platforms, folks, these are never Trumpers to begin with. Most of these people were never Trumpers and or they're liberals. All right. They're leftist people that are glad, number one, they're having a good time. This is a nice, fun adventure that they're being a part of. And, you know, they're doing their own research and it's bringing purpose to their lives because they're sad. They don't really have anything going on. So now they can sit there and search stuff and they can pull up pictures and videos and then zoom in and pixel peep and come up with the fact that they're seeing, you know, mosquito drones and flying bullets that are captured on an iPhone. That's what's going on with this. The vast majority of these people are politically and ideologically opposed to Charlie to begin with.
Absolutely.
And they're just jumping on this thing. One of the things I posted, matter of fact, I'll share this. I'm going to show this to you guys. One of the things that I kept seeing over and over again is people saying, look, you know, now that Charlie's gone, they've turned TPUSA and the AmFest into a WWE. All right. That's what they're saying. Here we go. Look. All right. AmFest 2025. Oh my God. Now that Charlie's gone, they turned AmFest into WWE. They've, you know, completely changed this. These are pictures from AmFest of 2024. That's AmFest 2024. You see all the pyrotechnics?
They were big on the pyrotechnics. So,
all right.
Here you go.
AmFest 2024. That's Charlie. AmFest 2024. All right. This is a political rally. This entire thing is not a church service. Yes, anytime that you have a political rally that it's going to be held by religious people, typically those on the right, it's going to be a mix of, you know, people talking about Bible verses and talking about their religion and their Christian-based beliefs mixed in with the hype of a political rally. And I know that Democrats aren't used to that. I get it. You know, they're a bunch of godless folks that don't care about any of it. They are so turned off by any time that people talk about Christianity, God, read a Bible verse at a political rally, that they just want to destroy this thing. And they hate it. They hated TPUSA and Charlie before he died. They still do. And now they're just trying to accomplish what they couldn't do when Charlie was alive. Those are facts.
Tell us what you really think, Gary.
You're one of my faves in social media. You too, TJ. You're one of my faves in the comment section. Gary, looking to see her live viewers versus subscriber ratio compared to other channels when they go live, viewers versus subs ratio. Yeah, look, I could get into some of all those different analytics and things like that. I just don't, I don't care. And I know I'm talking about it a little bit. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. Every time that I have somebody talking shit down in X, I look at the comments. And again, 3/4 of these people that are talking are these accounts with, 3 subscribers that was started in September, started in December. It's very clear to me that these are bots. There's not real humans behind them. And I think what we need to do is, and what I'm going to continue to try to do, is stay focused on this. And then after this weekend, my goal is to break away from the whole Candace thing and start actually investigating and looking into what I believe is the real issue. And that is, I think there are things at play that are radicalizing people and weaponizing people. And I think there are, again, we had, there were tweets and there were posts on social media that predicted Charlie being killed. None of those came from Israel. None of those came from, the U.S. military. They came from leftists and trans activists. That's where those predictions came from. The day before he was killed. Like, hey, tomorrow, Charlie's going to be killed, more or less. All right. And I got a bunch of those things and I got screenshots of that stuff. And it's out there. Why is that being ignored? Like, why hasn't Candace entertained that at all or looked into that with all the resources that she has? And it's because, the answer is obvious. She doesn't want to look at that. She doesn't even want you to pay attention to that. And if you bring that up, you're a Fed. It's Fed slop. And the Feds aren't even saying that, by the way. So Gary doesn't believe that Tyler acted alone. I don't believe that. And I've said that from the very beginning. Like week 2 of this, I said, hey, you know what? This looks a lot like what we saw with Thomas Crooks. And I've always stated that Thomas Crooks was very likely recruited, radicalized, and weaponized online. And that's why the U.S. government isn't sharing that information. And I actually, part of the other show that I didn't get to play for you guys yet, but one of those clips is talking about Mike. I'll think of it in a second. But anyways, he talks about the fact that the CIA are claiming that they went there and were denied access to the investigation. Just let's pump the brakes there for a minute. All right. Why did the CIA fly out to UVU and try to involve themselves in that investigation? Like, he's trying to make the case that like, oh, well, Cash Patel doesn't want other agencies involved in this. Why would the CIA want to inject themselves into this? I find that suspicious. That's what I find suspicious. And maybe there's a good reason. I don't know. We need to investigate that. One of my concerns is that whether we're talking about Tyler Robinson or Thomas Crooks, I think there's a couple of different scenarios that we can play out here. Number one, there is a deep state element. And what I mean by deep state, and I try to make sure that I clarify these things, is an extreme leftist elements of our government, whether they're bureaucrats, whether they're in the intelligence community. I think that it is very possible that they recruited, mind controlled, whatever, psychologically manipulate, whatever phraseology you want to use. But they encouraged what happened with Thomas Crooks shooting Donald Trump. Could be them. Could be a leftist organization funded by the likes of George Soros. Could be a foreign element in our adversaries that are doing this to us. I don't know. But what I do know is the idea that somebody like Thomas Crooks doesn't have a digital footprint and we can't track everything that he was doing and things he was. I find that completely unbelievable. And again, what we had at the time was the Biden administration. And you all can talk about how the Trump administration is not being as transparent as they should be, and all the, like, it is 10 times better than what we were getting from the Biden administration. And I think that they may have gotten in there and they've cleaned all those records up, and there may not be anything left. There may be no way to tie that back. Now, they could be trying to hide that because they're complicit in that, or they could be trying to hide that information from the American public because they don't want to. They don't want the American public to panic, to know how easy it is to target these young teens online that spend 12, 14, 15, 18 hours a day online, and that's their entire world, and they're being programmed the entire time. I think that's very realistic. And again, I just had an interview with Chase Hughes. I haven't even had time to edit that because of all this stuff going on. We talked about that very subject, and I'm very excited to share that information with you. But what I can tell you for sure is, folks, you need to be paying attention to your kids and what they're doing online. You need to be monitoring that, and you need to be careful, because next thing you know, like, they're into things that you would never imagine your kids being into. And look, I mean, the fact that we have Tyler Robinson, who was, this Mormon kid, come from a very conservative family, normal by all regards. And the next thing you know, he's, dating his trans roommate. I mean, that in itself is nuts. Moving on. Everyone give Paramount Tactical a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Make sure you guys like, subscribe. Again, if you want to support the channel, become a member. We really appreciate all that stuff. We're dedicated to bringing you the truth. I don't care where that truth, what narrative that truth leads to. All right, we're going to give you the truth. The stuff that we don't like, I can sit here and hide the fact that this guy was actually an SF guy, and a lot of people will omit that information. He was. All right, that's just the truth. And I would be dishonest, would be telling you the truth if I didn't tell you that. All right, like, we're going to lay it all out there, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then you can decide. Yeah, I hope everybody did have a great Christmas. I'll be honest with you, I was consumed with this. I was trying to stay, and I did a pretty good job. I still got on Twitter more than I should have, but we had a great Christmas here with our family. Thank you for all the well wishes. Appreciate your diligence and integrity. Please take care of yourself. Secondary trauma is real. Praying for your blessings. Thank you. Like, yeah, secondary trauma is real. It is, this is not a woe is me, but it is like, I feel bad, so bad for these people that you start, I mean, it's just empathy, right? Like, we feel bad for others and what they're going through, and then them having to get on here and, uh, you know, it's all these people that have been traumatized by this guy and now are just being forced to come out and talk about it and deal with this and relive all this stuff. But I do think that's the right answer, because I can tell you the Candace crowd, they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And even if it means destroying Mitchell's victims, Harry's victims, they will do it. And that's the real sad part of this. I said this before, no one was charged other than TR. The accuser has the burden of proof, not the accused. This is how our justice system works. Candace has the burden of proof. And that is completely lost on apparently everybody on her side. By the time we get to trial, she will have moved on and people will forget what she's done. TPUSA will probably be destroyed, which is her goal. Tammy, number one, I always love seeing you on X. I hope that's not true. Like, this is why we got to get out here, and this is what I've been doing. Like, we can't allow that to happen. We can't let her move on to the next thing. She needs to be held accountable. She needs to be held responsible for the things she said, the people's lives she's destroyed, and the victims that she's re-victimized, including TPUSA and everybody that was close to Charlie. That's what she's done. There is zero evidence. It doesn't even make sense that these people would target and try to kill Charlie. Like, they were his friends. Charlie was the cash cow. Charlie was an inspirational leader that has been taken from America. And the fact that she can go out and say the things she says and people accept it. That's like, I'm so shocked at people's silence and then people's support of her. Like, that's the things. Gary shouldn't have to speak out about this. There's so many other people that are bigger platforms that should have been speaking out about this much longer, much sooner, much harder, and they didn't. And it's like, dude, nothing's happening. I don't care. I will risk it all for this because this is super important.
Shout out.
You can still see the curse on that report, which is highly sus. Yeah, look, I think it could go either way. This could be a report. It is strange. Like, why would somebody just stop in the middle of this report? I do think it's a report that's not submitted. It is not in the format, and I have the DA format. I forgot what it is for this. It's not in the format that we would normally see an incident report. But there are programs like this where you fill out different sections of it, and then you submit it, and then it'll put it into that report form. It's just electronic formatting. So this could be legit. And, some private typed this up and just messed up. But again, it doesn't matter. This isn't.
Okay, I want to give it just again. Shout out to Gary, because he's going to give you the grace to say whether or not he's not going to say you're right or you're wrong. I believe it's garbage. I've seen the same form that it's supposed to be in, and I don't believe that what he has in his hand is actually supposed to be a part of that. I can see where a narrative goes, but there's just too many problems with the narrative that's in there. But again, to the point that he's making, that still doesn't mean anybody did anything. Okay, fine. You saw him there. What? And what? Like, let's go.
Proof of anything. I don't care if he was there. Even if all of his story is 100% correct, which we know Brian Harpole wasn't there, and I think it's fair to say that Erica Kirk wasn't there. The congressman wasn't there. That has been proven. He was seen in Congress, all right, on the floor of the House. I think he was a representative. Look, Brian's Harpole's alibi and the congressman's alibi, those are tight. All right, this was a lie. Erica Kirk wasn't at a freaking Quality Inn on September 8th. Just stop. The whole thing is ridiculous. And then they're like, well, prove it didn't happen. Prove a negative. Like, no, give us some proof that it did happen. That's your responsibility. They expect so much, but they're not expected to give anything. And these people don't expect anything from Candace. Like, her word is is the word of God. It's crazy. It's a sickness. Thank you for the super sticker, Susan. Gary, you're a Fed. Fabulous, enlightening dude. Not in a gay way. I appreciate you and your diligence on this. Thank you. I appreciate you guys, your support. It means a lot. It really does. Because it feels lonely out here sometimes. Like, no, but I appreciate it. Tyler was a kid. His parents should have put blocks on his iPad and computer. How old was this child? Yeah, Tyler was what, 22? 22. And that's another thing, too. And I've even been guilty of saying this, but people are like, yeah, he was a 22-year-old kid. No, he's a grown man. He's a grown man, right? My brain just can't follow anything to do with this Mitch guy. I'm just here to support the channel. Merry Christmas, Team Ginger. There you go. I appreciate it. All right, let's get to some of these live questions and comments. Let's see what we got here. There are some mods in there. I will, if you're interested in being a mod, shoot us an email, dlpodcast@paramountactical.com, and I'll do a little vetting. We'll make sure your intentions are not evil. We'll help you out. Looks like you may be on Rumble. Yeah, you are. And I don't know if we have mods on Rumble, but, we should get some. Erica isn't going to respond to Candace anymore because everyone knows Candace will be sued by other people while Erica builds TPUSA and Charlie's legacy. I do think there's a big part of that. And I think this was a big part of the beginning and allowing Candace to metastasize to the point that she has. TPUSA was like, hey, look, they're doing everything they can to keep moving forward and making sure all this stuff stays on track and, keeping the company alive. I mean, imagine that. We have Charlie murdered and they're immediately forced to start planning for AmFest. I mean, that's a huge undertaking without Charlie. And amongst all the other things that they were doing and are doing. Yeah. Candace dabbles in voodoo and black magic. How did you get Mitch's DD214 so we know it's legit? Because Mitch sent it to me. Now, and I don't, okay, so you guys don't know, I talked to Mitch for 2.5 hours Thursday, what's today? Earlier this week, I can pull it up, all right? I talked to him 2 different times. One was like an hour and a half, another one was about an hour or so. He sent me his DD214. Yeah, and I felt like I was taking crazy pills the whole time talking to him, all right? Again, there's a lot of times where he's telling me things and I'm nodding along, I'm like, yeah, that's sounds reasonable. That's good. And then he'll just say something crazy. And it's like, no, all right. We just took a ride to Crazy Town. I know that it's not true. Anyways, so he sent me his DD214. We are getting this verified. at USASOC. So I don't know if it's true. But I'm looking at it. It looks legit. He sent me other supporting documents, certificates.
That's a solid thing about Gary. He has that form in his hand. He could easily put it on the screen, even though he hasn't verified it and secondary confirmed it. But he's not. He's waiting. Now, he has it in his hand, and we can say, oh, well, he has it in his hand. Well, but he hasn't shown it on the screen. He's waiting to get verified. So if he gets it verified, however he goes about getting it verified, then you know what? Then he puts it on the screen. So he doesn't have to sit there with egg on his face. I think that's dope of Gary.
Looks legit. USASOC on initial review says it looks legit, but there are some weird other things that they'd never seen before going on with his records. They're trying to figure that stuff out.
Okay.
Part of it too is so long ago. I think that's probably the issue, but we'll find out more and I'll update you as we go along. We find out more information. This is true. All right. It also may not be legit at all. Could have been a completely different person named Michael. All right. And by the way, the name on his DD214 and all of his records, I think we're talking about the incident report, but that is another concern. I have seen completely believable forged DD214s. And all of his military records are under the name Harry Myers.
Really?
Yes, Erica has stated that she's taking care of her sick mother. And this is the thing. So you have the word of this guy that claims that he stumbled upon a top secret, clandestine, illegal meeting. And all we have is his word. Brian Harper was there. Erica was there. That's all we have. And then you have Erica put out a statement, or at least it's been released to the public. Hey, he's not there. I have statements from Brian Harper saying he's not there. I have additional proof saying that he's not there.
Right.
I've shared his itinerary. I've shared additional information. Really good indication that he's not there. I know it's not solid proof. We're going to have to get court subpoenas to get solid proof, right? And no matter what, and here's the problem with all this stuff, is like, they're like, oh, she says she was taking care of her sick mother. Give me some proof. No, how about Mitchell give us some proof of what he saw? Not just that he was there, because that's inconsequential. Doesn't even matter if he was there. All right. He clearly was hemmed up. All right. He was there saying some crazy stuff. They thought he was going to bomb the place. I mean, that's an indicator right there.
So my only question is, and this would be what I asked Gary, if he was being held because of quote unquote threat, explosive threat, wouldn't that have been like a bigger issue than just like, oh, we just checked him out and let him go? Like the FBI and the CIA get involved if somebody makes a threat on a plane. Like, what about a military base? And it's a top secret military base at that. That would be my only question. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet.
Gary, you're doing great work here. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I don't know who you're responding to. With that logic, Tyler must be guilty then. Do you even hear yourself, buddy? You have no proof Erica wasn't at the fort, and we have no proof you don't eat your children. Guess that means you're guilty. Like, prove to me that you didn't have a kid that you murdered and buried in the backyard somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
That's what you're saying. You know?
That is so unfunny.
Adage, like, when did you stop beating your wife? Just questions. Candace never admitted defeat in the Egyptian plane story. She changed the goalposts, that they were following TPUSA and not just Erica Kirk. All of it lies regardless.
Yeah, she definitely changed it for sure.
And again, if we go back to the criteria of what she put down there, plus or minus 3 days, plus or minus 50 miles. So
that's
the plane following, like, how does that make sense to anybody? Like, what is wrong with you people? The plane that's supposedly following Erica, it can land on a different day at a different airport.
Right.
It can land ahead of time at a different airport, and it's still following Erica. That makes sense to you people. It's retarded. I don't know what to say. Like, if effing idiots. Like, if Candace can convince you that that is a story worth pursuing, and that is somehow related to Charlie Kirk's assassination, you're a moron. Like, I don't know how to, like, I'm tired of dancing around, beating around the bush on this. Like, I love you, but fix your brain. God, you're God's child. Use the brain that he gave you. I'm praying for you people. Like, come around. Like, get on board with, like, I don't know. Just
come on up here to the front of the church.
The logic and common sense God gave.
Come on up here.
We got a couple of other super chats.
Shout out to Gary.
I agree with you, Gary, but I'm afraid Americans' attention span, I hope and pray I'm wrong. This is why we need, like you, to not let this go. Yeah, I'm not going to let this go until I'm convinced that there's either enough other people involved where I can hand that off, or people have just come around and realized this is stupid because it's damaging our country.
Yeah, for sure.
In multiple ways. And it's revealing vulnerabilities to our political and foreign adversaries. That's what it's really doing. And, if you can be tricked like this from Candace, when we have someone that is much more competent, and in the years coming, months coming, years coming, you drizzle in a little bit of AI, like, America's doomed. CJ Correnti, thank you, buddy. One of the best supporters of the channel ever. We appreciate you, man. Seriously, I appreciate you very much, bud. Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas. Have you seen that Tyler's defense is trying to dismiss the whole Utah prosecution department? No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Gary, I watched part of a video today by someone's named Coach Collins.
Oh,
And
Coach
I'm well
Collins.
aware of this guy. And something him like that. He claimed that Brian Harple's flights at DFW had a 32-hour layover. Have you heard that yet? I'm sure it's junk info. Not only do I know that that is nonsense, we've actually had the flight tracker that confirmed that flight left at 1:42 p.m. So again, Coach Collins, Ian Carroll, Baron
Candace.
Coleman, several of these other downstreamers from Candace are just pushing nonsense constantly. And I don't know what to tell you. Like, don't listen to them. I mean, it's like that flight went.
Yeah.
And somebody actually sent it to me. They're like, because they were on Mountain Time. This is these idiots. So it said the flight left at 1:42, and they sent me flight tracker information from their buddy that was a pilot, and is like, look, that flight didn't even exist. They didn't bother to look at the flight number. But I noticed that what he sent me said 12:42, and it had the same flight number. He's like, there was no flight at 1:42. I'm like, hey, let me guess, you're on Mountain Time. And he's like, yeah. I was like, look at the flight number, moron. So, when he's reading that in Mountain Time, it showed it an hour earlier. He's like, oh, that flight doesn't even exist because it was an hour earlier. So we know that flight took off at 1:42 Central Time. It happened. It's legit. I have additional information. Brian was on that flight. He has 8 other people that went with him on that flight. He has his fiance that can vouch for him that she took him to the airport. These are things we're not going to get involved in unless there's a subpoena from a court. So people, no matter how much proof that we give them, they want to come up with and then they just lie. And then we got, clowns like Coach Collins that comes up and just says lies. And they don't care. And their people don't care either. They don't care about any of it. It's not about the truth. Curious, tell us about the idea the U.S. military would ever hold a meeting to plan an assassination in the middle of the day in broad daylight. That to me is comical and enough to debunk this entire story. Exactly right. Look, that is not a function of the military. That would be like the darkest slivers of the blackest operations within the CIA and or other intelligence agencies. You're going to conduct an assassination of a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil, and then you're going to get a bunch of knucklehead privates and these people don't even have security clearances. 3/4 of the people assigned to Joint Task Force Southern Border, they're conventional army. They're not going to even have security clearances. And I'm telling you right now, there would not be a bunch of colonels, light colonels, majors involved in an operation, and every single one of them unanimously, there's no chance that not one of them, if they received that mission brief, like, hey, you guys are going to be, you're tasked with planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah, by the way. You're going to stop what you're doing. I know, like, you were set up to help aid and assist Border Patrol with Border Patrol operations down here and keep people from coming across the border. But now what we need you to do is we need you to plan a secret mission. All right. And I know, like, all of your guys have nothing but high and tights and your hut military, conventional forces. I need you to plan a clandestine mission to go kill someone, a U.S. citizen, at UVU. And by the way, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. It is the dumbest shit on the face of the planet. All right. And if you believe it, you're dumb. Wukong. Thank you, man. All right. People are out there getting memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Appreciate your support.
Shout out with the membership.
We got a super sticker from Mary Jean Blair. Thank you. If you had to guess, what's CO's next move after this devastating rebuttal to the Mitch insanity? She's going to double down. She's going to double down. I don't see her at least all of this next week. I'd bet sometimes by the end of next week, she may start to acquiesce or just try to change the subject. She's not going to come out and admit she's wrong. She's just not. I can tell you right now. I just don't think that's in her. It's unfortunate because she has an opportunity between now and Monday or so. I think there's a very limited window of time to where she could come out and she could say, hey, you know what? I got bamboozled.
Mm-mm.
I messed up. I should have vetted this guy. I shouldn't have listened. And I just got this wrong. And she could even come out and say, you know what? I still stand by the Egyptian planes, the French assassins, the Israelis, and people in maroon shirts. All that shit's true. But I'm going to admit that I got had on this one, and I shouldn't have. She won't do it. I don't see it. I hope she does. I will come on here and I will congratulate her and be like, hey, you know what? And I will send that out via X. I'll be like, hey, you know what, Candace? Thank you for giving us a little glimmer of integrity. And even then, it's not. It's, she's just going to be forced into a corner and she's going to have to respond. And really, there's no other way out. But I don't see it happening. She's not going to admit that she's wrong. And I think she's going to continue to fight this and continue to come up with all kinds of excuses and talking about how, like, this is just proof that it's true because everybody's coming out and proving it wrong, which is what she does. It's crazy. Like, all of this evidence against the story that I back, it just proves it was right. Like, that's the psychology behind it. It's bonkers to me. Sean Faulkner, thanks to whoever gifted me a membership. Yeah, so there was CJ Carenti, Wukong, and some other people out there that have gifted memberships. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you guys. And I do want to start. I'm going to try to get better at doing some member exclusive content. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like one live stream a week or something like that. That's just for members. But I'll definitely make some videos and things like that. I was actually meaning to do a membership exclusive, just holiday, Christmas wishes. Yesterday, one thing led to another. I got busy. And anyways, I owe you guys some exclusive membership content. And I just also did that on X. We got subscriptions going on X. I will try to come.
All right, I just put a new poll up. Go ahead and answer the poll. What do you think Candace's next move is going to be?
The hardest way to free people is through their minds. The oppressor liber. DOL, buddy. Wonder what group Wukong was with. When she said, I don't care about your stupid midterms, said everything any sane person should need to hear to show she has ulterior motives. I agree. Like, you have built your entire career claiming that conservative principles and that everything that you have done with politics is really important. And now there's this personal thing that comes up and you want to take people on a wild goose chase, and suddenly everything that you based your life on, none of it mattered. None of it matters. Like, and by the way, wouldn't like the normal, like if you truly loved, cared about Charlie, wouldn't you at least say, look, I'm investigating this, but we got to keep Charlie's dream alive and we got to continue his work. That's what his wife is doing. But that's not what Candace is doing. She's doing the opposite. She's destroying everything that Charlie ever worked for. And I think that's the most indicative thing of a motive.
Let me point out something about that I like Gary and I like the way he's addressing this. But notice Candace leaves things that she is deeply invested in on a dime. Go back and listen to the story of how she left the left and became quote unquote a right, conservative, whatever. It was on a dime because people didn't like that doxing site, Social Autopsy, that she was running with. So she changed on a dime. She changed all of her views, everything the left stood for at that time. She flipped and became a conservative overnight. She literally says she did it overnight. I really believe it was like within a week, but let's just keep it like as she said it. So my reason for pointing that out is I'm like, man, think about this. Like, she left from, you were fighting and scrambling and scraping to get Trump elected. And within 10 months, you say, nah, I'm good. Who cares about your midterms? That's some wild work. And literally within, let's just be honest, she still was claiming to be a conservative up until Charlie Kirk breathed his last breath. So literally, we're talking about in the last 3 months, she's changed her whole position within the last 3 months. That's some crazy work. And how wild is it? She's back let's just tell the truth. She's a leftist. I don't think she ever was a conservative. Never was. Never was. In my opinion, based upon information and belief. Yeah, she dirts all over the place. It's all over the place. And I just think that's something that we have to pay attention to and see. And once you see the pattern, once I saw somebody earlier say you can't unsee the pattern. Once you see it, you're going to be like, she never was a conservative. She's always been a leftist. I believe she was just running the longest cosplay as a conservative that we've ever seen in history. That's all it is. She just has been cosplaying for better than almost 8-10 years, which is crazy. Shout out. Thank you so much. Candace Owens will never own. She's wrong. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Narcissists avoid admitting fault because it threatens their fragile, grandiose self-image, equating imperfection with weakness or worthlessness. Wow. Thank you so much. You're right on the money. You're right on the money. Okay, let's jump back over to Gary, see what Gary's got going on. I don't know. Somebody asked the question if Valhalla is not doing their stream. I don't know. And I don't want to call Gary while he's on stream. I might have to text him like, dude, we're doing it or not. So, but he said he's going to do it tomorrow. So if necessary, we'll do it again tomorrow. I did have planned to talk about Nicki Minaj and the black bourgeoisie, how they come after Nicki Minaj. I do kind of want to talk about that tomorrow. So we might just do that tomorrow, but we'll see how it all works out. Because I got Nick Brooks coming on tomorrow at 12:30. I was going to do this. I was going to do my Nicki Minaj video at 6 o'clock. If he goes at 8, we can still probably do it. Because I have a guest coming on to talk about Nicki Minaj. I just thought it would be interesting, and I'd want to talk about it, not because I defend her or anything of that nature, but I think that it's necessary for us to have a conversation about her. All right, let's see what Gary's talking about. Shout out to Gary.
Here we have Google Earth.
Google Earth.
Now, if we go over here, all right, so this is the Lossy Center. This position right here is where he took the shot, right about here. So, and he came up these stairs right here that go up to this, and then this flat surface, this is the walking surface, this is the pathway. All these brown brick-colored walkways are walkways in between buildings on the second deck, to include all of these over here. This is surrounding the courtyard. But he was right there. The shooter location was right about here. And then instead of running back here and going down the stairs, he ran around here and jumped off this. Now, he was going in this direction, and this is where he crossed the street over here. So it is a quicker path if you're willing to risk breaking your leg, because that is a hell of a jump. It's like 13 feet. As he's hanging off there, he's probably jumping 9 feet. You know, every time I jumped out of the airplane, I probably hit harder than he did. But, you know, again, and he's young, which is another thing that kind of indicates youth, right? He was able to jump off that stupid thing. I used to jump off buildings and stuff all the time when I was young in his age. But these are the stairs that he went up to go up here and ended up getting roof access. So he would have had to come down here, go through this. There's a doorway. This is how you enter. All right. So you enter right here. There's a door right there. So he had to go through here, enter this doorway, and then go out of that doorway, then go this way. So he would have had to bring a gun inside. I don't remember if there were, haven't been there. I don't remember if there was cameras inside the building or not. Probably were. So, but regardless, what we did see is that he ran from over here. He ran around this way, and then he jumped off this and then ran over to, and then this right here is approximately where he stashed the gun in the woods. And even there's some mixed reports on that, because they talk about him putting it in a chicken coop, and that's like over here somewhere, if I remember correctly. Anyways, so I don't know why he did that. I know that's a question that a lot of people have asked. I get it. I asked that question too. Not sure. LNW 1442. I as well know it's such nonsense the military did this, but you should look into why Candace chose the military to put center. She did it by choice and then curated the narrative towards it. She's done that with everything. She doesn't like the military. She's suspicious of the military. It's the same reason that the French got involved and the Israel got involved. Everything comes back to her worldview that certain actors in her worldview are malicious and nefarious. And it always comes back to them. And I mean, I think it really does come down as simple as that. I mean, there are maybe more, I don't know, sophisticated elements of that. But I think if you simplified it, that's what it comes down to. Mossad, CIA, French Foreign Legion, maybe, but our military, whether it was a 06 or the E4 Mafia, I pray and I believe they hold their constitution oath sacred and unwavering. They do. And beyond that, there's lots of military officers that, I mean, 99.99% of all military officers, they're not going to do something and agree to something that's illegal like that. That's going to risk their entire careers and or the rest of their lives in prison, because that's what that would lead to. So there's that whole element. Just like my ex Candy is little miss, little miss, little miss can't be wrong. You know the song. I do. I'm a Pogue Jarhead. I like the blue flavored crayons. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks, Devil Dog. Appreciate you. I believe Tyler Robinson was informed on where Charlie was going to sit and what building to go to fire when ready. But here is what's important. Did he have a cell phone or radio at the time? I agree. I don't think any of that is very hard to figure out. I'm not going to do this tonight. I brought up the model multiple times. I've talked about the fact that it didn't matter. Here, I already have the, let me add this. Let me pull down your comment real quick, and then we're going to make this big. So what I can do on the 3D model, this is his position. This is his position right here. All right, and he was about right here, and I got pictures of his imprints and everything else, so that's where we modeled the position. And you can clearly see Charlie right there, right? Now, here's the thing. No matter if they moved Charlie's tent all the way over to the left or all the way over to the right, the problem with, so the only thing possibly obscuring that view is the corner of this building. That's what would obscure the view. And what he ended up doing, and I've looked at this on the 3D model, is he got all the way over here as far to the right on this position as he possibly could, where he still saw Charlie. So that obscured the view of him by a lot of people over here. So again, he wasn't even able to be seen by half the people. So if there's people up here, anything like that, they just wouldn't see him because it was blocked by the building. But the fact is that Charlie could have put his tent all the way over to the left, all the way over to the right of where this is, and put him pretty much anywhere in there. And then I've played this out with the model. He was here, but if they moved Charlie all the way over to the right, facing Charlie, he could have just moved over to this position right here, and he would still had a clear line of sight of Charlie. So there was no position that they could have placed Charlie or placed the tent within this, which is obviously where they're going to put the speaker, where he wouldn't have a line of sight from that position. So, and again, if you know that they're coming to this location, UVU Courtyard, it's not hard to do a quick map recon and say, okay, where could I be if I wanted to shoot this guy? This becomes a very obvious position. I do think that Tyler Robinson had been there planning this, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe I don't know. There are reports of a guy prior to, there are students that have said they've seen a person out at this location prior to. Do we know that that's Tyler? No. Is it probably Tyler planning this whole thing? Absolutely. I think that is most likely. So, you know, this was not complicated. This was not hard. That's why it worked, because it wasn't. But he could have been, right? Again, I am not opposed to the idea that he didn't have material help. I don't think that was required for the planning of this. Like so many kids, when I talk to my kids, and you know they're playing Call of Duty and other tactical games, like they are so tactically minded. My 11-year-old could have planned this mission could have figured it out. Like, all right, hey, you know what? We're going to take out a guy at this position. How are we going to do that? Like, he would be all over Google Maps, figuring that out, pulling up the 3D models of it, 3D version of it, getting lines of sight, and then you can go there, confirm that line of sight, get it figured out. It's not that difficult. And of course, we had UVU that didn't have coverage on the roof. They weren't, and quite frankly, neither was TPUSA security. All right. They weren't expecting a long range shot. It's not something they were set up to address, not something they were set up to really mitigate. And they expected UVU to monitor their roofs. That's their property. It is their responsibility to handle the physical security of their property. It wasn't TPUSA security. Sometimes I just had something done. Something done can be misunderstood. You may mean it happened to them. I just had my house robbed. I didn't have a role in that. Yeah.
I'm not getting what
Okay.
he's trying to say.
I'm not quite sure what you mean, bud. But thank you. We appreciate the super chat. And if you can clarify that, that'd be helpful. Thank you for the support. Monsterman 902. We appreciate it. Sean Faulkner, thank you very much, man. I know you already did a couple big super chats. We appreciate it. I bet $20 on if TPUSA would have come out and said that Charlie couldn't have had been so successful without Candace Owens, and she was a drug force behind his success. She would be singing their praises instead of trying to tear them down. Yeah, I agree. If
Only
they
problem,
didn't come out, if they would have come out, basically what he's saying is that if they fed her ego,
right?
She'd still be all about TPUSA. Yeah, I don't doubt
My
that
only
either.
my only question would be, but she would still want to be a part of TPUSA, and if she wasn't a part of it, then I think then there is the problem. I think that's the problem. Hey, I do have Valhalla. I don't know anything about Valhalla like that, so I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I don't know anything about them. So Gary's gonna probably stream it. I'll probably stay on Gary's channel, and we'll just watch it with Gary, so to speak. They ain't. We don't need them children over here. That's what they're doing. They're wilding out. We don't need those kids over here. He can have all of that over there, but he can have that. How many people? Yeah, that's they're already kind of wild. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't have time for it. Let's go back and see what Gary's doing. Shout out to Gary for sure. Bring him back in. Let's go.
A few weeks ago, it's probably been a couple of months ago now, I did a interview with BX. If you're not following BX on X, I would. She also has a Rumble channel. She was completely pulled from YouTube and banned from YouTube without so much as a warning, talking about predators targeting kids on everything from Roblox to the Order of Nine Angles to the 764 network. Like, there are a lot of dangers out there, and we got to monitor what they're doing online. And I don't even know if it's reasonable anymore, but if we can keep them offline and keep them outside, that's the way to go. But I know that's probably not a reasonable expectation, but you got to be diligent and militant about monitoring what they're doing. Don't let them be in their room by themselves, just playing online, talking to whomever. There's lots of steps, whatever works for you. I don't want to dictate what works for you and your kids, but you got to get aggressive with that if you really care, because there's no telling what they're learning about, what they're hearing, and possibly being indoctrinated and targeted. And the other thing is talking to your kids, making sure they understand that is a real thing. So, I think that's part of it too. Turkey Tom is a good video on the mass shooting manifesto killer. He has a section on several young people radicalized online and killing. Also other videos on kids being groomed on video games. We've played the Turkey Tom video here. If you haven't watched there's 2 Turkey Tom videos that are relevant, that are about the Charlie Kirk assassination, and specifically about Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs and their whole thing. If you haven't watched those, then you don't know the full story, because there's a lot of information there. I will check out some of his other videos about radicalized, people being radicalized online. Thank you for that information. I haven't checked those out. I need to get him on. I'd love to have him on, and his channel is very eclectic. And for him to cover some of these things that he does, and very skillfully, by the way, does a really good job of reporting this stuff. And he's a young dude. Yeah, I need to get him on. Turkey Tom, if you're watching, I need to get you on. I'd love to do an interview with you. What about Cabot Phillips and Eric Kirk dating and attending a Trump rally together during the first campaign? Now Cabot is working for TPUSA. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much that is actually true and what's true, what's not. I think they did date prior to. I mean, what does that mean? I don't know. I think there's a lot of people in this industry that, just like with any other industry, like people date here. Like the reason that Erica dated Cabot was probably because they had very similar views and they were all into the very similar things for the same reason that she met Charlie Kirk. So it's not weird to me that they would end up in the same circles, right? Take it for what, I mean, maybe there's something there. I don't know. I don't think there's anything there to be suspicious on the face of it. It's easy. It's one of those things that's easily turned into something more suspicious than it should be, but there could be something there. I mean, explore it. I don't care. Just
tell me what it is. What's nefarious about it? And if you come on Sunday, I'm doing a mega live stream on Sunday. I'm gonna be on here. I don't know. I'm probably gonna be on here for 6 hours. I got guests coming in. We got body cam. We got a whole bunch of stuff. I have a segment where I'm just gonna tell stories. I'll tell stories for super chats, right? Or subscribers. And I got a story about how I met my wife and our first date. It's pretty funny. Isn't how I met my wife. It's our first date. I apologize. Said it correctly. But it's super funny because we ran into some people that, and to this day, we still laugh about it. And we've been married for 24 years. So anyway, shout out. Let's bring back Gary. Let's go, Gary. What you talking about, Gary?
they're just getting sucked into all this stuff. And probably a few other cross sections of other people and everything else. But I'd say like 80% of her viewership is not conservative, and I don't even know that it matters. But I do think it's really important that we show the world that for what she is and how easily people have been tricked, so they're not tricked in the future. I don't care if you're conservative, Democrat, or whatever else. We need to realize, or they need to realize, that they've been duped, and we need to set the record straight on that. Yeah, I did see that. Gary, look at the badge numbers on the report. Thank you, Amy. So there are badge numbers on here. It is 210, 220, and 200. Look, there's a lot of weird things about this supposed report. I don't know if it's true or not. I think there's a lot of indication here that this is completely made up. What I can tell you, going back to my point at the beginning of this, is if TPUSA handed this to the Candace crowd and said, hey, this is proof of whatever they were trying to prove, they would tear this apart. They would laugh at it. They would mock it. Look at this freaking Fed slop. Look how ridiculous this is. It's not even a real license plate. It's not a real license number. These building numbers aren't right. But she can produce this, and every one of her sycophants are going to defend this. Like, oh, no, this is legit. Oh, look how good it is. Oh, freaking pretty sure Jesus wrote this. I think Jesus wrote this. It must be true. So
It's not Jesus.
that's what we're dealing with.
I don't think Jesus wrote it.
So crazy. To be clear, MK Ultra via Lance, he was a perfect target, not necessarily government. Could just be the trans freaks. Regardless, Candace Owens never looked exactly.
Hey, make sure y'all
I think
answer
that's
the poll question.
I think that's a very real possibility, is that Tyler, first of all, one of the other things I had pulled up and was I actually had a clip of Tyler when he was in his last hearing. Have you guys watched that?
Mm-hmm.
Like the expressions on his face, how he's handling everything that's going on around him.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Crazy. All right. The body language expert, Jesus, anyways, body language guy. He does a really good breakdown. I had parts of that. That was the show I was going to do the other night. I still have that show set aside. We're going to do that. He doesn't react like a normal person. I look at that guy and I'm like, that guy's a sociopath. And I think that's why he was able to do this. So you take a person that's already probably a sociopath, just doesn't react to the world the way that everyone else does. And then you put him in an environment where you got crazy Lance Twigs. And again, if you haven't watched the Turkey Tom video that shows the psychosis going on within that apartment, you need to watch it. You know, what I can tell you is my perception is that Tyler is not the alpha type. Lance
Right.
Twig is a very dominant personality. He's crazy. He's also doing drugs, alcohol, abusing all of that. And then on top of that, he's buying black market hormones to change his sex. That's what's going on there. So whatever the psychosis that started off to begin with, it was much worse. And then you have this very dominant personality that I think is influencing Tyler Robinson in a very negative way. And probably, and on top of that, look, it's weird to me, it's gross to me, but let's say it's his first love. Like, you guys, everybody remembers their first love. Those people could have gotten you to do just about anything. And I think there's a component, I'm suspicious that there was a component to prove Tyler's loyalty to Lance by doing this. And I know that seems crazy to us, but I don't think it's all that crazy when you see what's going on with them. And then, you know, the ability, like I said, like I'm convinced, and that's what body language guy said too, is like, this guy is displaying sociopathic characteristics. I think that's what we're dealing with. So that's why he was able to go out there and, you know, be able to squeeze the trigger. And again, it's only 140 yards. I'm tired of people trying to make this into some like insane shot that, you know, somebody skilled and trained had to make. It's ridiculous. I made the same shot at a small target standing up. All right. My 8-year-old could go out there and shoot a smaller target. Matter of fact, he could take a 6-inch plate. My 11-year-old now. But I had him out at long range courses when he was 8, shooting 1,200 yards. No problem. My 11-year-old could take a 30-06, take a 6-inch plate, and shoot that thing at 140 yards 10 out of 10 times. And I could have him run around, put some stress on him, and he would still hit that target. 140 yards with a magnified optic, not hard. Nothing skilled about it. Everybody out there, unless you're, you know, Michael J. Fox, all right, and have the same physical disabilities going on there, unless there's something going on with you physically, I can get anybody to shoot 140 yards at a man-sized target and hit it 10 out of 10 times. There's nothing skilled about it. I just now checked. The Mitch Show Fund is at 141,820.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree that
crazy.
should go to those. The snow is ruined. I agree, and I think Candace should match it. Your autocorrect sucks is Gary. Your autocorrect sucks is Gary. I don't know what that means. I think there's a joke in there. Oh, yeah, I got you. I know that the last message you put up there was a little weird. I get it. I'm tracking those, Sean. I know. Autocorrect gets me every time. Russian Kitty says refusing to call Candace Owens out by name was one of Charlie Kirk's mistakes. He called out some behavior and views, but never her. Maybe if he had this nonsense wouldn't have gone. Maybe if he had this nonsense wouldn't have gone. So I agree with that. And I think whether you like Ben Shapiro or not, I think that's kind of one of the things that he was talking about. It's like, look, we can be friends, all right, but when you're saying something dumb, we should have called him out. And I agree. That's a great point. Very good point. Thank you for staying on top of this. It's insulting when Candace Owens says she's the only one that cares about finding the truth, as if Charlie wasn't loved by many. Couldn't agree more.
As if he wasn't married. Like, she wilding out.
All right.
She
Aside
just
from
wild.
Mike's Snow Element, do you see a difference between Candace content and Valhalla VFT on the sub issue scripting as well? Thanks.
Here y'all go.
Look, I like Nate. I disagree with him. I think some of this is I would say this. I think he and I agree more than most people would realize. I think there is a slow transition happening. And this is nothing he said to me. All right. What he said to me is that he likes Candace. He agrees with Candace. He doesn't like TPUSA. So I don't know necessarily that there's anything insincere about it. I think most of this is choosing a side. And he decided that TPUSA wasn't the side to choose. All right, I'll take TPUSA any day of the week. I was TPUSA before this happened, and that's part of the problem. Is that, you know, Nate, I think if Nate went through, and I've encouraged him to do this. I think if Nate went through all of her videos, he would see the same thing that I see and would be just as outraged. He only watched one video. That's the only video he's ever watched and was outraged. Like, oh, this is craziness. I'm like, Nate, this is all her videos, bro. It's all of her videos. You know, he's gotten a big boost in subscribers from hanging out with Ian Carroll. He's friends with Baron Coleman. And then when you watch his content, he is look, he's straddling the fence a little bit on some of these things. I don't think it's out of I just don't. I think he likes these people personally and doesn't want to be in conflict and just kind of stands back and, you know, decides he wants to be Switzerland. That's where I think some of this is. I think Nate's going to come around. He and I are talking. He sees things more and more the way that I do, and that's not like, oh, I told you so. I'm just saying, like, the more he actually looks at some of the stuff, the more he realizes what's going on.
Hey, real quick, everybody. I'm getting the messages. I'm picking up what y'all throwing down. Some of you all are not as keen on Valhalla VFT as others are, and I totally get it. And in the chat, I mean, y'all let me know just real quick. If you want, we can end the stream. We do not have to. If you want to go to Valhalla and check out what he's talking about tonight, or if you want to stay on here and we can just keep watching it together, I'm neither here nor there. I don't mind, you know, hopefully hearing something that hopefully it's not like an 8-hour stream or something, but I wouldn't mind hearing what he has to say or if his interview is worth it. So let me know in the chat, you know, green hearts if you want to stay on, and then anything else if you don't. And it's perfectly fine. We can end the stream and you can just, and the rest of you all can go over to Valhalla or jump over into Gary's, or we can just stay here. I'm cool with it either way. I got no disrespect. Okay. Yeah, I just, you know, hey, and again, I just want to make sure, because again, I don't know much about Valhalla. I'm going to be honest with you. Or Nate is his name. I don't know much about him. This is the first time I heard his first name. So I'm learning with you all. So again, I'm not vouching for him. I can vouch a little bit more for Gary. I think Gary is definitely a stand-up individual who definitely wants to do the right thing. So I rock with Gary. But yeah, okay. So we'll just stay on. That's cool. And if it gets left, if it gets crazy or whatever like that, you know, hey, maybe we'll tap out or whatever like that. So, yeah, if it gets left, and if it goes left, then we will do a station break for sure. But I wouldn't mind if he's interviewing somebody around the story. I do think that might be beneficial for us to get a little bit more context and such like that. Maybe help, you know, shed some more light, give us some more flavoring and such like that. And that's it. So shout out for sure. Thank y'all so much for the comments and such like that. I see some people talking about they got snow, man. Look, let me tell you, here in Georgia, we out here cutting our grass. So instead of sleigh bells yesterday, we was hearing lawnmowers, right? Because that's what we do in Georgia. We always doing it, Georgia. We always doing it. Shout out to Gary. Let's bring him back in. Shout out.
Those most likely would not exit on Charlie. There are definitely cases, and here's the thing: like when you look at all these cases where you have a 30-06 or equivalent that we can look at right now, and again, without going into different pathology records.
A lot of people in the chat attacking me before they've ever even seen the episode. So there's a lot of critical thinking going on in that, huh? Yeah, Nate's on the CIA payroll.
Yep. See, it's already started.
Nate's gay. I heard. I'm gay and my wife's a stripper. stripper. So we got that one going on. Probably true.
See, this is,
Probably
I don't know if you guys can hear this. Anyway, so we'll talk about more of this. Bring that up again, TJ. I want to talk about what Nate is discussing right now. Because
we got death threats
yeah,
this week. It's that wild. I haven't even done the episode yet, and we're receiving death threats. So, no drinking tonight. I'm fighting off bronchitis right now.
all right. I want to pause this.
Unfortunately.
So for those who didn't hear, I don't know if you guys can hear unless I pull it up or not. I don't know. This is something I saw the other night in his chat when he was even going over the Fort Huachuca thing to begin with, like a week and a half ago or whatever it was. He's seeing the same exact, he's experiencing the same thing that I'm experiencing. And that is as soon as you go off script, and the script consists of anything except for the official narrative, like they come after you in ways like there's guys trying to say, oh, look, we're going to do a background check on you. Like, search away, dude. I've had top secret clearances and other jobs. Like, I'm clean. I don't search your little hearts out. I don't take any money. I don't do anything like that. Like, I am not influenceable. All right. I'm not. Period. All right. Unless you had my kids. The only time that I would get up here is if somebody had my family and was like, if you don't say this, we're going to do something to your family because we have them in custody. All right. That's probably the only way that you could get me to say something I don't believe. And that's the God's honest truth. So Nate is going off script here. He's going against the Candace crowd and they're coming after him. And, you know, he and I have even talked about it. He's like, this is crazy. I was like, Nate, I've been dealing with this stuff for 3 months. The moment I said anything about it, like, there was no official narrative. I just said that the palm gun was bullshit. And they were like, you're a Fed. You're paid by Israel. Like, what? What does that have to do with anything? That's when I knew it was all a scam. This whole thing is a scam. This whole thing is a psyop. It's real, folks. We are being psyoped. This is coordinated. This is sophisticated. Wake the F up. You are being played. And Candace is just at the centerpiece of it. All right, let me big screen this and play here.
So if I'm hacking shit up, sorry guys. Honestly, shouldn't
You guys let me know if we need to adjust volume or
not be
anything
doing
like
this episode, but there was no way I couldn't show up. Like, oy vey.
that. Here we go. I'm disappointed. in you.
It's wild how many people are attacking me. You haven't even seen my episode yet. It's insane. Look at this. You haven't even seen the episode, and it's all the same people. Okay.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. I don't see him holding Candace responsible for this very much. All right. I don't. I think he's going to separate these issues. Maybe he will. I don't know. It's up to Nate. Like, again, I hope that he is doing this in his handling it, however he handles it. I don't even know what he's going to do or what he's going to say. But I hope he's guided by his morals, his beliefs, and
Okay, so real quick, we were watching Dangerous Liberty, Gary Paramount Tactical's stream because I thought he was going to interview somebody. Well, Valhalla VFT is also doing a stream, and he's supposed to be interviewing as well. So we're going to bring Gary. So we're watching Gary watch Nate. It's super meta. We're super meta tonight. All right, let's go, everybody. Back to the channel.
Violence, punching women in the face, kidnapping children, all verified through court documents and him admitting to, by the way. We'll get into all that. A lot of people are trying to say that it doesn't matter what this person's backstory is. And what we're going to lead with actually is that it's the most important thing. His credibility as an eyewitness is all this story has.
Yeah.
I want you to think about this.
there is no.
What does the entire Fort Huachuca story hinge on? It hinges on one eyewitness's account of supposedly seeing Erica Kirk and Brian Harpool the day before Charlie Kirk's assassinated. There's no evidence of that. There's no pictures of that. There's no metadata of that. There's no nothing of that. The only thing we have is one person's eyewitness account. Now, if I can show you that this same person has a 30-year history of being a pathological liar, as proved by the courts, it actually does matter.
All right, just to everyday people, this is common sense stuff. All right. There's a reason you don't put crackheads on the witness stand. They don't have credibility. All right. And if you have somebody that is a professional liar that has been documented lying multiple times in court cases and is engaged in multiple domestic violence situations, has multiple women that are all claiming the exact same thing has been perpetrated upon them. It's just common sense, but it's not going to be enough for a lot of people.
Because what that means is, why would you, the viewer, believe someone who's got such a massive track record of proven lies, which I will show you. And guys, it's going to be all documents. These are not going to be my opinions. It's going to be all documents from start to finish.
Volume.
Okay. Here's what I want to say before we start the show. Obviously, Candace Owens fans are viciously attacking me before they've ever seen the episode. I'm not sure why. I'm not here to attack Candace at all. I have nothing negative to say about Candace. What I'm going to show you is how this person is a pretty good con artist. And I'm going to show you how he was able to dupe Candace Owens. I'm not blaming her at all for it, but he did. Okay. And I've seen Coach Colin is attacking me. Barron just got done attacking me. His entire audience is attacking me. Before they've, and I'll just say I'm just a little bit disappointed for you guys if you see this. You haven't even seen.
Look, folks, and I told Nate this would happen. He's like, no, Barron's a great guy. Coach Colin, great guy. We're all friends. No, they're not friends. There's a disinformation agents. That's what these people are. And I don't know. I hope he sees the light on this, and I think it's unfortunate.
My episode. So I'm not here to attack them either. I still like Barron. I like Coach Colin. I like Candace. I'm not here to attack anyone other than Mitch Snow. That's it. So if you guys want to attack me, that's fine. I saw there was a massive unsubscribe campaign that was leveraged on my account. And I want to say congratulations. I will show you guys you were successful. You got me. Yes, 153 unsubscribers. So for those all you in the chat that leveraged that unsubscribe campaign on the last video.
All bots, most likely.
Barron didn't attack me? Okay, well, I hope that's true. I haven't watched the episode yet, but everybody in the chat has been saying that. So Barron, if you didn't attack me, then I'll take that back. But according to everybody in the chat, that's what they're saying. But anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to work our way through this. Barron defended me? Okay, well, let me retract that, guys. So this is the problem, is because we have people in the chat spamming me that Barron's attacking me. See, we can already see it. My bad then, Barron. If you didn't attack me, it was just your viewers or Candace's viewers, which is fine. Yeah, you can call me a crybaby. It's fine, guys. Guys, you're not going to bully me. You're not going to, I see other people, you have time to shut Nate down. You're not going to shut me down, okay? All I'm here to do is show you who this person is, okay? I want you guys to make up your own decisions. Support whoever you want, okay? I'm not here to attack anybody. Not Candace. I like Candace. I still support Candace, 100%. Barron, Colin, everybody. I'm still on everybody's team. But Mitch Snow, who we're going to talk about today, is a legitimate fucking monster.
And so she supports Mitch.
And for me,
how do you separate
the reason
those?
why this got personal was not just the story he's telling on Candace Owens, but the fact that he's raised $140,000. And for those of you who stick with us through this whole show, the fact $140,000 is going to, yeah, you're not going to like it either. How am I crying? I know. We see the Candace fans. It's okay. Just keep an open mind.
Hey, folks, I just want to let you know I see all the super chats taking place, and you can continue to do super chats and questions and comments. I'm gonna try to go through all those. It's hard to switch back and forth between turning off his screen. It's two different. You know what I need to do? I gotta combine these. I can do this. Hold on. All right. Let me split view this
I
thing.
kind of want
and
to.
maybe I'll be able to manage this a little bit better.
You're gonna mess it up.
Here we go.
Take it from
Now
take
I'm
it from
gonna
your
switch
boy.
these.
You mess it up.
Switch this view. I guess I could hit play while we're doing that. You don't have to talk. You don't have to listen to my inner monologue.
Okay. And and this again, how am I crashing out?
I don't know.
Anyway, now this is not going to be for the people who've already made up their minds. This is for people who want to find out who this fucking guy is. And we found out who this guy is. And I'm going to give you the good, the bad, the ugly.
Anyways, what I was saying before I interrupted myself, we're going to hang on. We're going to put a pause in the super chats. I'm going to try to, I don't want to get too far behind on this. I'm going to try to limit my pausing and commenting on this. I will when I need to, but I will get to the super chats. Just bear with me.
See, the thing about a good con artist is there's kernels of truth. And he is a good con artist.
He is.
He does have good documentation that would get past someone who doesn't really understand the military. Yeah, relax. Guys, this is going to be a couple hour show. Got to relax.
Whoa, hold
Ease our
on now.
way into it.
Hold on now. We ain't
Okay,
long
so
stroking
let's
it.
get started.
We ain't long stroking it tonight. Hold on now. Hold on one second. Let me do it like this. All right. Okay. I'm gonna give Nate an opportunity, and we're gonna roll with him. But we are not gonna be all night. That's for sure. Anyway, so appreciate everyone. Appreciate all of y'all. Let me figure out something that just fell in the kitchen. All right, let's bring this back up.
Decisions. Okay, you don't have to believe me. Take all the information, put it together, decide what you want to believe from there. Okay. All right. First thing we're going to get into the backstory. Okay, there's some things we have 100% disproved about the backstory. There's some things that are kind of true about the backstory that are going to be interesting as well. Okay, so let's start at the beginning with his story about his initial time at Fort Huachaca, at the border, at the JTF, chasing down the cartels, exposing the tunnels. Guys, I'm not going scorched earth on Candace. I've already said I have nothing negative to say about Candace. Okay, guys? Relax.
What he doesn't understand,
This is about Mitch Snow.
what he doesn't understand is disproving anything Candace says is in their minds going scorched earth on their leader and their God that they've turned, their deity that is now Candace Owens. That's the problem. It's like saying what Jesus didn't say was what Jesus said wasn't true. It's the same thing. It's attack on their religion, and they can't handle it.
Or Harry Lawrence Myers, we should say. Okay, so the backstory is his time in the military. We all know the story by now. He uncovers this crazy story about how the lieutenant colonel at his military unit is working with the cartels and El Chapo. Right, we know the story. Eventually what happens is, it gets shut down, but then the cartels are after him. Right? We remember that?
Yeah.
And he told Candace he's on the run for 30 years, hiding from the cartels. He's got to change his name. He's got to do all these things. Well, we found some things out with his military records. So what we do know is that, yes, Mitch Snow, or as Harry Lawrence Myers, joined the military January 11th, 1989. Okay? So I do believe that he was part of this unit, potentially, that whatever was going on down there. And again, kernels of truth in good con artist lives. He probably was involved in this unit, in some capacity. And he sort of spun that into a story about this insane story about the cartels, being on the lookout for him and him having to leave the military so he could escape the cartels, fake identities, all this stuff. None of that is true. And we found that out is not true because it turns out, no, Harry didn't have to leave the military in 1990 to be on the run from the cartels. Harry stayed in the military, or Mitch, for another 6 years until November 15th of 1996. So what does that mean? That means no. All of that backstory that he gave to Candace about having to escape the military and escape the cartels, none of that's true because we know he stayed in the military for another 6 years doing regular military shit. Okay, proven through his military records. Now, what's more interesting to that is we talked to
Thank you, Oni.
his first wife, who was married to him at the time, who said, when asked, I have no idea what you're talking about. We were never on the run from any cartels. Mitch, or Harry at the time, never mentioned anything about any cartels. None of that was true. But then what you heard later in a different story was that Mitch had this horrific rock climbing accident in which he fell 80 feet. He broke every bone in his body. And that's why he had to get out of the military. So what we found is Mitch was not medically retired. And again, I already showed part of his DD-214, which again, can't show the whole thing because it's got tons of personal information in it, but I'll show you here his actual bottom portion of his DD-214. We showed here discharge, right? So discharge basically means you were discharged. If you were medically retired, this would say medically retired. So we know that he lied both about his cartel backstory, and we know that he lied about the reason why he was removed from the military. He was not medically retired. Why does all this matter? Because all of these lies are going to compound. They're going to compound. They're going to compound as we're going through this. Interesting truth. And this is where he was able to scam Candace. Is that, yes, Harry actually was, for about 1 year, a Green Beret. He did go through the Q course. He did lie about what he did in SF. He said he was a Special Forces medic. Documents show he was a Special Forces engineering sergeant. Not sure why he would lie about that, but he did.
I don't know either.
He was a Green Beret for about 1 year. He then tells the story about how, again, in a vicious training or a vicious deployment accident, fell 80 feet, broke his back. Confirmed through United States Army Special Operations Command, that's not true. He hurt his back in a non-deployment, non-service related event. Talking to guys, we got a long episode to go. You got to realize.
Hey, real quick. Somebody asked him, why does this matter? Let me tell them why it matters.
But I don't like little lies. When there is one lie, there's 20.
There we go. That's why it matters. Let's go.
Relax. Again, talking to the first wife.
First
He
wife
actually
is
injured his
crazy.
back in a extracurricular event in which she said was while he was drinking. So things we know are not true. All of the backstory with the cartels being on the run, not true. He was still in the military during that. And
All right. So you guys know that information he's relaying came from me. That's fine. We've been working on this. So we've been sharing this information. I gave him this information. I'll tell you more of the backstory. We were originally going to do this show together. I'll tell you a little bit about that at the end of this, but he didn't talk to that wife. I did. And I have no problem with him giving that information as his own, but just so we know.
guys, everybody who served in the military knows you're not on the run from the cartels while you're being stationed at North Carolina, going about your day-to-day life. But this is where he was able to fool Candace, because he did have a little bit of documentation that showed here's his military service, a little bit of military service, but he's what we call a short timer. So he did about a year in group, Special Forces group, and then hurts his back, uses that as an excuse to get out. So the backstory is made up. When it comes to the cartels being on the run,
Agreed.
we don't know where that came from. Nobody can corroborate that. According to the Army, that's also not true. Yeah, people are saying his says disability. Yeah, that doesn't mean medically retired. Completely different. Okay, medical retirement, medical and VA disability, two completely separate things. Okay, so there's no point typing in all caps if you don't understand the difference. Okay, he's not retired, which again is more lies. That's lies.
It is
again, we're
more
going to
power.
compound the lies.
He said he was
So again, to my point,
I'll pause this.
For Candace's viewers,
Okay, he said he was medically retired. Okay, he's not medically retired. That is stolen valor.
who are so mad at me, what I'm explaining to you is how he was able to trick Candace, because he did have a
What
little
a
bit of
great
documentation here and there,
Great.
sort of trick her into his backstory, which most of it's not true. Okay. So now that we've done that, name change. We got to talk about the name change. Very, very important. So, as he told Candace, he had to change his name and his identity in the early 1990s because he was on the run from the cartels. That is another lie. He changed his name in 2010 legally to Mitch Snow because that is his current wife's last name, Lene Snow. So, no, he did not change his name. He did not change his identity as he was on the run from the cartels. He did that in 2010. For people saying we only care about the meeting, here's my thing, guys. There is no proof. All we have is his eyewitness account. If you want to believe his eyewitness account at the end of this episode, you are more than willing to do that.
I see it in the stream. Thank you.
Now,
glad you're enjoying it.
Now that we understand the backstory, okay, a little bit of truth, a lot of lies. Let's move into, this is going to be the bulk of it. Who this evidence, please. Okay, well, have him refute it. Okay, and also here's my thing, guys. Anything I say here, if people can refute it, feel free to refute it, but it will not be able to be refuted. Okay, now let's move into real documentation. Now we're going to get into the deep darkness of this, and it's going to take us a while to get through all of it. Okay, now there's a lot of different women involved, a lot of different victims, lot of women who have restraining orders, domestic violence protection orders. This isn't one, this isn't two, this isn't three, this isn't four, a litany. So for all of you out here, if we're talking about the credibility of a witness, for all you women out there, I would highly suggest you stick around and listen to what this man has put people through over the years and all the lies that have gone into it. Okay. It's hard to know what order to go in, but we'll start with his let's start with, and again, the abuse starts in the 90s and it goes all the way until recently, as of a couple months ago, by the way. Show some receipts. Yeah, you got to relax, guys. Got to relax. We're doing it right now. Okay, first thing we're going to start with is his current wife, Lene Snow, who we're going to take first her statements that she wanted to put forward. I've talked to all of these victims at length. I've talked to his children, his son, who's coming forward this weekend as well. And then we're going to go through the court documents, because all of this is going to be corroborated through the court documents. Law enforcement, prosecutor, judges, everybody has corroborated all this. Let's start with the first wife, or we'll say first victim, and we'll work our way through it, okay? So let's start here. This is going to be a statement that Lene wanted to give. We're going to read it before we get into the actual court documents that corroborate what she's saying here. But it's important because you're going to see some very common threads through all of these women's stories. Okay, so from Lene. Lene says, when I met Mitch, his name was Harry. He told me his sob story about how his ex-wife had taken his kids and he wasn't able to find them. He spent the first month of our long-distance relationship on the phone with me, nearly 40 hours per week at first, telling me his sad stories and interrogating me, learning all he could. I don't use that term lightly. He told me that he started out in the Army, in Army intelligence, and was trained in interrogation techniques, and in special forces, he was further trained in interrogation and torture. I can verify, as a Green Beret, we are not trained in either interrogation or torture.
True story.
That is not true. As we move down here into, again, a lot more of this as it gets darker and darker. She says, I was unaware that someone like this could exist, especially when it was someone who was presented in such a way, someone who was kind, loved animals, had a hard life, but was looking for peace, for love, and a family. It wasn't until he suddenly found the children he had with his second wife and started court proceedings to pursue visitation that I began to see the monster he truly was. By the way, he has a bunch of kids. They have all been either abandoned or he has lost custody of through abuse, and has paid no child support to any of them. We'll get into all of that just to give you just to start building the character of this person. He accused her of horrible, and again, this is going to be a very common thing with Harry, is accusing everyone of being after him. He's the ultimate victim in the story. All these women abused him. The cartels that you're going to see here, the cartels are after him. The army's after him. Women are after him. Judges are after him. Prosecutors are after him. Everybody's after this guy, and including all of his exes. They're all the abusers. He accused her of horrible, unfathomable things. I was angry. I told him there was no way that was true. He can't write that in his declarations. This is about his previous wife. He insisted that it was true, but also that you needed to exaggerate and lie to the courts to be believed. He tried to make me lie for him, but I refused. But when forced and threatened to do so, I used my words wisely to placate him. Come down into here as we start to get a little bit darker. And again, these things are going to be corroborated through the court documents. By then, I was scared and I was pregnant and then raising a baby mostly on my own. While still being forced to help him with the case, he was already beginning his abuse. First, it was mental and emotional. The gaslighting and the nonstop manipulations. I was so confused and didn't know what happened to the man I had fallen in love with. I kept thinking if only I could do better, be better, make him happy, he wouldn't stop. But that was the foolish part. It only got worse. He hit me for the first time when my son was 2 weeks old. He started on one of his fights where he'd suddenly so angry and yelling in my face. This is going to become a very, very big pattern of abuse across all the victims. I never knew why he would do that. What I had done.
Folks, we have text messages of him admitting that he hit her, by the way. Text messages. Hey, you hit me in my face. And he says, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I shouldn't have done that. I have PTSD again. He falls back and makes excuses. So, and I'll probably show those before the end of the show.
Why was he doing this? He was acting like all I had done is something terrible, but I never knew what it was. I was forced to listen to him yell. That day, he kept yelling until I was in tears. All I wanted to do was get away. I picked up my son and tried to go upstairs. He stopped me. He grabbed my son out of my arms and he slapped me across the face. Then he told me that he had to do it because I was hysterical. I was literally only trying to walk away from him and his insanity. I was eventually allowed to go upstairs with my son and sobbed with my baby in my arms. So what he did, and this is going to become a common theme, is he was using his current wife, Lene at the time, to try to help him get custody of his kids of Gretchen, previous wife, who he had also abused, which he was not able to get custody of. So when the case and this is going to be a pattern, he does this over and over and over again with each of the victims moving forward. When the case with Gretchen ended with his parental rights being terminated, I was secretly happy for them. I'm still so sorry I played a part. He wouldn't have been able to do it without me. He used my savings. He used my money. As you're going to see, there's a lot of this. My mom gave me as an early inheritance, and when all that was gone, he forced to take out money from my 401k. So here we go. This is when we're going to see this from a lot of different people, including women, judges, law enforcement officers, sheriffs, who all say sort of the same thing about him. He tells women sad stories, claims all the women before him abused him, took his kids, and we're actually going to show you video of him on a podcast literally doing this with a fake accent, by the way. Did horrible things to him, weaponizes the new woman against the previous woman. Huge, huge pattern of this. I believed him at first until the stories got more and more insane. It's now happened with me several women he hasn't dated since me. They always believe him at first, eventually see the truth and leave him. I've endured 9.5 years of post-separation abuse at his hands. Okay, so that's Lene's statement. And again, I wanted to give all of these victims a chance to give their own statements straight from them before we jumped into the court documents to show these things. Okay, let's get into the court documents. What's that have to do with Fort Huachuca? We'll get there. No, again, all of you who are trying to justify abuse, it's fine. We're going to get there. We're building a pattern of lies and manipulation across it. Okay, so there's a ton of these. Declaration from Lene Snow, and we're going to work our way through this. And we're going to show you all the things that the prosecutors, sheriffs.
You hear how these people not interested in this at all. Like, I don't know, this doesn't prove that he's a liar. This doesn't damage his credibility. It's disgusting. These people should be ashamed of themselves. If this is Candace followers, I would rather have 3 people, 2 people, 1 people on my subscribers that are like you guys than 10 million of these losers, these idiots, these like that's scum of the earth shit. Like you just want this narrative so bad. You want to bring down TPUSA so bad, you're willing to justify this nonsense. And folks, like having to hear and listen to his actual victims on the phone, which is one of the reasons that I hope that some of these people come forward, it just hits different. Like, they're telling the truth. You hear it in their voice. Anyways, I'm just disgusted by fellow Americans, to be honest with you.
Have all said and corroborated as lies things he's done. Okay, so she says, I obtained a protective order against Mr. Snow in April 25th, 2023, based off of his lies about me and his kidnapping of our son. Yes, we're going to get into this, his kidnapping of his son, which is why he got arrested. And then later, multiple times. And then threatening to murder the judge who made the decision. Again, we'll get into all that.
The world.
My order on April 25th did not include our son. However, Judge Shea Brown made it abundantly clear to Mr. Snow that he was to return our son. This is after he kidnapped him, essentially, to me that afternoon, and that would not not complying would not be acceptable. Mr. Snow has a long history of making up false stories of my son being abused. These are really disgusting. We're going to get into. I have never made false claims about him. He has done enough, and what he has done, hard enough to believe. That I don't need to muddy the waters by making up stories. Mr. Snow was the one coaching and forcing our child to claim that I abused him. He was convincing our then 11-year child that I did not love him, was fake nice, and that he would never have to see me again. He was the one who Judge Shea Brown determined was, in fact, using coercive control against an 11-year-old child. As we jump over here, this is the habeas corpus that was forced to get him to return the kidnapped child at the time.
Kidnapped child is crazy. Say that word out
petition
loud.
for habeas corpus, which was granted by the judge because he refused to return a kidnapped child beyond the time he was supposed to for upwards of, I believe, almost 3 months. But we'll get more into that as we go forward. Just some context.
Agreed, Catherine.
Everybody's saying it's relevant to the case. That's fine. That's fine.
No, it's relevant.
If you want to put all your eggs in this guy's basket, you can feel free to do so because we have a lot more to get through. All right. So, again, he's not only made false reports to police, but first called my closest friends and family members with his stories that my dad had molested me as a child and had abused our son, including Exhibit A in police report 2016. The police questioned me and spoke to my son. They found the allegations to be untrue. No charges were pressed. Why is all this important? Because he's got a history of making up lies.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so his other wife, he claimed the exact same thing. Exact same thing. So, like, this is just one of the tricks in his tool bag.
Which have been proven false by, again, the law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, etc. There's a ton of this. Why is that relevant? This is the source. The pathological liar that we're going to see is the person you are believing the eyewitness account of. Which, again, feel free to do that if you want. Okay. He claims to be a victim while showing himself for who truly is, an abuser, making up conspiracy theories and accusing everyone to get out of him. All right, so this is more of the kidnapping stuff here. And let's get down to...
Hey, everybody, I just dropped a poll question. I'd love for you to go ahead real quick and answer the poll question. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Just go ahead and answer the poll question, and we'll move accordingly. I'm going to give it about like 5 minutes. All right, let's go.
Which it's gonna. There's a ton of this. It gets gross. And again, there's some false claims of domestic violence here as well. We're gonna look at all these. Okay, so he claimed essentially that he's claimed every woman he's been with abuses him, not the other way around.
Man.
And etc. So he says here, the second month The second call that month was a claim that I had assaulted. So Mitch makes up a story, and we'll show that law enforcement corroborates the story's made up. Mitch makes up a story that his wife, Lene, abused him and threw acid or something in his face in a parking lot. And then also that, as you see here, she sexually abused her son. Okay. We're going to keep going. This is more of it.
That's 22.
Let's get down into the actual officers' reports here. Yeah, we've seen this. Okay, let's get down.
Look, this is a conversation I have. Like, I don't. There's nothing that you can present. There's no way that you can present it. Like, there's nothing you can do to change these people's mind. That's just like, this is not for them. Who cares about them? What? There's probably 50% of the audience, and they're not the ones commenting. You know, who knows how many people? Like, he has a big channel. He gets big viewers, more than me. Don't care. But there's a lot of people viewing. And this is why I wanted to push him this information, and I'll talk more about why we didn't do a live stream together, which was strategic about all this stuff. Because I don't really care. I just want the truth. But there is nothing that he could present, and no way that he could. And by the way, I think a lot of these commenters are bots. I really do, or foreign people, or whatever else. Like, YouTube doesn't have the verification that we have on X, where you can see where these people are from, right? So that's one of the problems, and I think that's what he's dealing with. But there's no way to present this in a way that will be convincing to these morons. There's just, it's not possible. They don't care. They don't care about it.
Here we go. All right, the actual police reports and what actual law enforcement had to say. So these are the charges, child molestation charges, that he filed against his own wife, by the way. Again, when it comes to making up stories, there's going to be a lot of that. It's relevant. All right, sexual assault report. This is from Sheriff's Department. We come down here. This is the officer on duty talking about when they received the call. It says that Mitch Snow, then said that he believed his wife, Lene, had been sexually assaulting his 4-year-old son. This gets dark. Before continuing the conversation, I contacted an on-duty officer, explained Mitchell was reporting a sexual assault, and requested the night shift make contact with Mitchell at his hotel room, and that he let Mitchell know that he did not believe the child was actually in danger. But if we get into what he accused his wife of, and this is horrific, I almost don't want to read it. Actually, I don't even know if I want to read this out loud because it's so gross. Essentially claimed that his wife was taking naked Snapchats of their 4-year-old son and sexually assaulting him. Now, he then later admitted to the police officer that Mitch hadn't actually observed Lene touching or kissing the child's genitals, but he had made those claims. Again, this is really fucking gross thing to make up about your wife to try to get the child taken away, but he did. As you can see, we move down here. And it's really don't even want to read this. You guys can read this for yourself. The things Mitch claimed about his wife that were proven not true. So it said here at the very bottom of this, during this interview, Lene appeared to be very upset that she had been accused of inappropriately touching their child. Lene stated it was evident that Mitchell was trying to obtain custody of their son and that will go through any length to accomplish.
All right, I'm going to call an audible. Because this is super gross. I ain't going to lie. This is super gross. And I don't think it's, I do think it's relevant, of course. I think it's relevant to the discussion about who Mitchell is, but I don't think it's relevant to, I don't think it's necessary. I think this could be a Google document, a Google folder, and just drop the file and everybody just scours through it and just sees it. I don't think it's necessary, and redact everything accordingly. I just think it might be a little lap too far, in my opinion. I don't know how the dude is not in prison. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call an audible on that one because I think it's a little bit too gross. And, if they get into something, it sounds like the guy is not a good dude. I think that's fair to say. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and call an audible on that one. I apologize, and I also realized I didn't send the poll question over to the the superstars over in the vertical stream. I do apologize about that. I'm gonna do a quick we'll do a little quick station break because I think that this is just a little bit too gross. I'm not a big super fan of hearing that, and I don't know if it's good even on YouTube. I don't want YouTube to think we're talking about something we shouldn't be talking about because sometimes they don't even be hearing. They just be doing the most. So anyway, I'm calling an audible. Thank y'all so much for everybody who's been tapped in. I appreciate y'all. Nobody will read the Google document. You might be right. However, the ones that want to know will look at it. I don't think it's fair for us. And I don't think what I don't want to happen is all of a sudden we're watching the stream and all of a sudden it goes dark because YouTube has pulled the plug on my stream because of the stuff that Nate is talking about. I don't want that. And that's a whole bunch of shenanigans on the back end that you'll never know about. And you don't want that to happen where you look up and your stream is gone. And I'm just over here talking and lo and behold, I don't even realize the super chats evaporated and I'm getting phone calls saying my stream is gone. So I'm not going to do that one. So I apologize about that, but I will, but hey, I'm going to do something better for you. I'm going to do you a better solid. I'm going to do you a better solid. We're going to bring Mira K in and shout out, a supporter of the channel has asked us about that. And I said, yeah, I don't want to get, look, your boy, look, I'm trying to make a run for this thing. I am not interested in getting strikes. So why don't we do this? We're going to bring Mira K in. I know a lot of you, if you're dialed in, definitely go check out the mods have already dropped Paramount's link in the chat. You can jump back over there. Again, it's just not for me. It's a little bit too much. So, I think that's the right thing to do. Anyway, I also think the right thing to do is bring Mira in here and let's talk to her. See what she got to say. She's talking about bots and bots that be on Candace's channel. So green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
That more and more American political commentators are starting to suss out that this divide that's happening in the States, in the right-wing movement, is really somewhat manufactured. Like there's something else going on. And whilst the idiots obviously straight away go like, oh, maybe it's Israel, must be Israel. More and more people, even people who criticize Israel because it's their right and they're allowed to as an American, they're also allowed to as an Israeli. Everyone's allowed to criticize whoever they want to. That's what free speech means. More and more of them are starting to suss out that maybe this kind of thing that they've been fed is not exactly accurate. And now we actually have a tremendous amount of proof that this is all being done by bots. Okay, for those unfamiliar with what bots are, it's kind of a very simple idea, actually. Imagine you really want to shape public opinion on a certain topic. So you want to get to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, and really kind of drive a narrative. But to do that, it's not going to be so easy. One of the best ways to do it is to try and infiltrate into social media and manipulate their opinions. But if you're just going to see a random small account that's like saying something, it's probably not even going to pop into your algorithm. So bot farms were created. The idea of this was to take certain accounts, amplify them with thousands, if not millions, using AI, using rooms full of phones. Look it up. It's super duper interesting.
Yeah.
I think a lot of countries that do this would actually use slaves if they had the opportunity, but thank God we're not exactly there, although there is some evidence of that. They create these fake accounts that they then amplify with many other small fake accounts that direct a certain narrative. Now, we know for a fact that there are multiple countries out there that want to see America falling. That's just what they want to see because it's the West. We have Islam that have made that their entire religious doctrine, right? Like death to Israel, death to the West, death to America, right? You have Russia. We all know the history. You have China, North Korea. We all know that history as well, right? So there's multiple countries that don't like America strong and united and divided and resilient. And they've been looking at the Republican Party and trying to figure out how to do it. And some of them have come up with the bots idea. Again, we have now seen this and we've heard about this a lot. Like we heard about it maybe with Russia infiltrating and trying to kind of target the American elections. We've just kind of seen more and more of this. And this was why X, and there's a reason I'm getting to all of this in a second. X came out with this feature which exposes the location of a certain account. Now, if you're not on X, good for you. Your life must be really nice. But if you are on X, you'll know that it's just an absolute hellhole of opinions. People say really, really bad things, and it's really hectic. And when you're absorbed in it, you can feel like the whole world is falling apart. So X has been trying to expose these ideas. Now, I love the next video that we're going to watch, Matt Walsh specifically, because Matt Walsh is actually not massively pro-Israel. He isn't. He's actually been one of the voices who's been a little bit more on the fence.
Okay, Mira is talking really fast today. I don't know what it is. I don't know if my hearing is slow or what. She is talking really fast. I need to process that for a second. Real quick, in the chat, have y'all heard the video, the audio of the infamous Trump called the Secretary of State here in Georgia and said, find me those 11,000 votes? Have y'all heard that video, or the audio rather, of that? I don't hear many people talking about it. And I only bring it up because it sounds very much like this whole bot discussion. Are y'all... Okay, really? Okay, we're gonna get on a rabbit trail. We're gonna take a rabbit trail after Mira gets done. I'm gonna read the super chats and I'm gonna play it for you. It's about 12 minutes long. It's really interesting. This is the whole conversation about Trump calling Roethlisberger here in Georgia and saying, we got to find me those 11,000 votes. It's super interesting considering now they fessed up that, all of Fulton County's votes were not certified. None of their machines were certified. It is the craziest story. It's so crazy because everything that we said, everything that happened probably wasn't true. The whole shebang, everything that happened in Fulton County was probably not true. I had to bring that up. So anyway, let me hear. Yeah, we're going to get on a rabbit trail today. We're following Peter Cottontail. You actually have a little hole in you are hilarious. I see that now. That's hilarious. Okay, here we're going to come back to that. I did not mean, because I was going to do a video on it, then I got distracted. Then anyway, let's do this. Finish up with Mira because I love Mira. Shout out to Mira. We got to get Mira on the show.
You feel like the whole world is falling apart. So X has been trying to expose these ideas. Now, I love the next video that we're going to watch, Matt Walsh specifically, because Matt Walsh is actually not massively pro-Israel. He isn't. He's actually been one of the voices who's been a little bit more on the fence, but he is one of the creators who is trying and starting to suss out that maybe this whole enormous anti-Israel narrative that's online might be manufactured, because for some reason, Americans have become so obsessed with Israel in the name of saying Israel shouldn't control them. The irony of this is astounding. It's just, to somebody watching from the outside, it's hilarious to see people who are like, Israel controls us, and not realize that they just can't stop talking about a topic that just shouldn't be of that much interest to them. But they're obsessed with it. And in that way, they are really controlled by their Israel hatred, just not in the way that they think. It's not being manufactured by Israel. It's being manufactured by anti-American parties who are making them obsessed. Anyways, Matt Walsh does a brilliant job talking about this because, again, I, as an Israeli, you will already know this, could try and convince you guys of this bot farm. It might sound conspiracy theorist, but why don't we hear it from somebody who's not really for sure on our side? I think that makes a lot more sense. But first, make sure you already know the drill to like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, to subscribe to our channel, because that's really how we benefit the most. If you enjoy our content, make sure to comment and tell us the things you want more of, the things you want less of. We're here, we're listening. And if you want to try and support us in any way by jumping onto our other channels, just FYI. All of this content has been posted on Spotify. There's a link in the description below. Go check it out. But the Spotify people have been pushing the algorithm to anti-Semites or pro-Pallies or whatever. So we're getting such low rating over there from these people, and you can read the comments. They're disgusting. So if any of you want to go on there and try and hit that join button and give us a better rating, you don't have to give us a 5-star, but not a 1. We'd appreciate that, so that maybe Spotify will push this channel out in their direction and we'll get some more views as well. The algorithm is probably how you found me, and maybe somebody on Spotify could benefit as well. So if you want to help us in that small way, that was a long spiel. Let's watch some Matt Walsh.
As a result, in just a matter of hours, we've learned conclusively where not all, but a significant amount of the division on the right and really in the culture generally has been coming from over the past year. And a lot of it has not been coming from Americans. It has come, much of it, from foreigners posing as American citizens, from foreigners posing as Native Americans, from foreigners posing as Republicans, from foreigners posing as Democrats. In short, the division has been coming from foreigners. And the scale of this propaganda campaign is so large that it should be the single biggest news story in the country right now. At the very least, it deserves 10 times more media hyperventilating than everyone else and everything else they're talking about. Right. Like, this is nothing like the fake accusations of Russian meddling in the 2016 election, where Russia supposedly spent $50,000 on Facebook memes that nobody saw or cared about. Okay, this is not that. We're talking about a genuine intrusion by foreigners into everyday American political discourse for the clear purpose of dividing and distracting us from our own country. And now that these frauds have been exposed, they've been melting down to great comedic effect in many cases. So we'll start with an account called Israel Exposed, which, as the name implies, is fixated on the state of Israel. This is a big account. It has nearly 200,000 followers. It's another thing is a lot of these accounts have a lot of followers. These are big accounts. And to give you just one example of the kind of content this guy is putting out, he posted this reply just a month ago in response to a random person who criticized him. He said, quote, "You are a Zionist pretending to be an American patriot. We should deport you." This is a common attack line, which you'll see all over the place, part of a constant, relentless effort to make Israel the subject of every discussion on the right. Everything has to go back to Israel, everything all the time. It always comes down to Israel for certain people on the right. As we talked about last week, it's Israel first, just from the other direction.
Just from the other direction is the important point. Israel exposed. Look, as a religious Jew, this is kind of obvious to us. We know that anti-Semitism and Israel hatred is a big part of our Jewish identity. And if you're a Christian or affiliated with another religion watching this, you probably know and understand this as well, that Jews have really been suffering from this for a long time. I don't want to get into that discussion, but it's interesting to know that Islam, right, understands this kind of godliness that happens to the Jews, that we are hated, and it makes us an easy scapegoat. So they're capitalizing on this so hard. They're capitalizing on everybody being excited at hating Israelis and hating the Jews by diverting all the attention there, which is why you have an anti-America account called Israel Exposed.
And what they'll say sometimes, is if you don't criticize Israel 24/7 like they do, if you don't make everything about Israel all the time, then you're not patriotic. You're not sufficiently America first. If you're not thinking all the time, every day, every hour, every moment of the day about another country, which is Israel, then you're not America first. Being America first means being focused entirely on another country. That's what
that's what I've been saying. I've been saying it. I'm not saying that you can't be concerned about Israel. That's what I'm not saying. What I am saying is literally everybody who claims to be America first, the very first thing out their mouth is something about Israel. They're not talking about drugs. They're not talking about border. Not talking about economy. Not talking about gas prices. Not talking about the education system. Not talking about anything else. The first thing the America First crowd talks about is what's going on in Israel. That's crazy work. That's just crazy. It makes no sense at all. And again, I'm not saying that you cannot be concerned about Israel. So don't hear what I didn't say. What I am saying, however, is the obsession with it doesn't comport with you actually are concerned about your own country. And I think Matt is onto something. Oh, by the way, just in case you're ever wondering, that candle that Matt has smells amazing. I have it right here. I have lit. Hold on. I have it right here. It smells amazing. I have it on a little warmer, so it's not lit, because my wife doesn't like candles being lit in the house. That thing smells amazing. Shout out to Matt Walsh. I give him credit. I give credit when credit's due. So see, I'm America first, and I talk about Matt Walsh's candle, which was poured in somewhere here in America. Okay, so there we go. So we're talking about, it says made in America. Probably poured in America. There we go. So I'm talking about America first. It is, what is the scent? It's called Uncharted. And it is balsam, bergamot, and leather. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm about to order another one. I think it's kind of like a sandalwood, because my wife got me a sandalwood one for Christmas, and I think it smells very similar to that, in my opinion. But okay, I'm way off task. Like y'all done got me way off task up in here. But I'm just going to tell you right now, if you pick up that candle, you're not going to be mad. Okay, that's all. Carry on.
People would say, and according to at least this one account, you should be deported.
By the way, again, so ironic. So ironic. All those people who are claiming that Israel controls and Israel is the enemy, they're the ones obsessively talking about it. America needs to be first. We have to get rid of this Israel thing. You're the ones who keep bringing it up. Do you know how many other things you find? You don't talk about Ukraine consistently. You talk about Israel all of the time. But from the other direction,
wild.
You sound so stupid. I just hit the microphone. You all sound stupid. Matt Walsh just called that out quite nicely.
I mean, have y'all noticed that? Have y'all noticed that literally every sentence, and I've said it, like every sentence, they treat Israel like it's a punctuation mark. I can't stand you. Amanda is crazy work. But hey, I mean, shout out. Yeah, like every sentence, it's like grammar now. Like you start with a capital letter, you end with Israel. Like it's crazy work. They have IDS. I saw that. That's hilarious. They got Israel derangement syndrome. They on the next level. Okay, let's finish up.
If you are not that focused on it. Well, this account, of course, has also gone after me several times and hasn't been particularly effective. Just a few days ago, for example, I pointed out that Muslims are killing Christians and generally have animosity towards Christians and have for, about 1,400 years or so. Mm-hmm. Specifically, I wrote that, quote, Muslims have been killing Christians for 1,400 years. They're killing Christians across the world right now as we speak. Islamic countries are also flooding our country with immigrants who hate us. Of course, that's true. But here's what Israel Exposed wrote in response, quote, this is some Zionist propaganda. Israel is the problem. So, just more brain dead nonsense. The millennia long conflict between Islam and Christianity, I will tell you, has nothing to do with the country of Israel established in 1948.
True.
But this is the kind of slop that's polluted right-wing discourse for a long time. And that's all that this account does. And over the weekend, we learned where this account is from. As you can see there, he actually is based in Saudi Arabia. Yes, the account that was threatening to deport an American citizen used the word we to talk about Americans.
Wait. Hold on. I also want to point out something. Hold on, dog. Let's back this up. Okay. And this is excellent. I'm glad Matt is bringing this up. When you're on Twitter and you get some nasty comment from somebody, look at their profile. And this is something else I noticed. This person has only been on Twitter for a year. And that's kind of crazy work. That is some crazy work that they've only been on Twitter for a year and they have 200,000 subscribers or followers or whatever it's called on Twitter. Man, I don't know. I don't know what Elon needs to do, but there needs to be like a reckoning, so to speak, about this because that's some crazy work, right? That's some nasty work that dude, whoever it is, has been on there for less than a year and 2 months, really. A year and 2 months, and they got 200,000. That's like, that's something crazy, man. I can't even math that. Okay, I just want to bring that up. Let's continue.
To deport an American citizen, use the word we to talk about Americans, is not even American, right? He's a foreign agitator posing as an American in an effort to destroy political discourse in this country. Now, multiply this account by about 10,000, and you begin to see the scale of the problem.
By the way, I mean, again, the irony of Saudi. Why do you keep saying by the way? Do I say that a lot? The irony of it being from Saudi Arabia, which is supposed to have a peace deal with Israel and is working really with America. Like, come on, guys. Even the friends are not our friends. Even the friends are not our friends. Like, none of the people who believe something that is completely antithetical to the things that we believe, the Judeo-Christian values, Jewish, Christian values, these Western values that we have, people who don't agree with it, they are problematic, all of them. And they're doing it with an eye and a focus on Israel, keeping everybody just totally obsessed about a topic that really we can all move away from. I don't want to talk about Israel anymore, and I love it. And I'm a Jew. I don't want to talk about it. It's enough. There's other stuff going on. Just stop. Let's focus on the infiltration, the bots, the problems that we have, the discourse that is really polluting our society. Let's talk about that. Let's hold the people accountable and let's fight back. Or, as we say here, pushback. Thank you for attention to this matter.
What's pushback mean? Why did she say pushback? Why did they say pushback? What is that? Is that something big? Interesting. I think we should push back for sure. Shout out to Matt. I believe there's a lot of bots, and this is all over the place. It's not just on Twitter. It's not just on X. It's, it's on Instagram. It's on TikTok. It's on YouTube. Yeah, the bots are a little less. You can't control the bots as well on YouTube, but there's bots on YouTube. Man, there's tons of them, man. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Now, that's her channel name. What's her channel name? Is Mira K. Let me grab it real quick and drop it in the chat right here. Okay, I'm going to play these two videos for you all about the election scandal. All right. So most of you all know the election interference case here in Georgia kicked off with Trump. That's the infamous Trump got, arraigned. He got arrested because of him calling the Secretary of State saying, you got to find me 11,000 votes. Well, that's what we were told. But now, it's just, I thought everybody knew this. I don't see a lot of people reporting on it. There's a couple of great channels that I follow that have been reporting on it. I said I was going to do a video on it, but now I guess I'm just going to do it ad hoc that have been reporting on this that, no, this didn't go exactly like it was told. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to shout out to the Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. Excellent content creator. Has really got his thumb on politics. And man, he just does a great job. Let me drop his link in the chat so y'all can check out what he does over there. Definitely let him know we appreciate him. I've been following him for some time. Yeah, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. Don't give it away yet. Yeah, man, this story is bonkers because everything we heard, Joe Biden won, 300,000 votes here in Fulton County, blah, blah, blah. Trump was like, look, I need to find that 11,000 votes. It sounded pretty shady. It sounded pretty scandalous. Well, it really wasn't like it was told. So let me bring this in. If you don't mind, green hearts in the chat when you
back and we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, down in Fulton County, there is a scandal brewing as the 2020 election comes back into focus. Of course, we all know by now that Donald Trump disputed the results of the Georgia election, going so far as to have alternate electors and a phone call with government officials that resulted in a RICO case from Fonnie Willis. And now a new discovery that hundreds of thousands of ballots were not properly tabulated has brought all of this back to light. And it's starting to look
crazy.
Like, was this an actual conspiracy, y'all? So in this video, we're going to take a look at, listen, I'm not saying it was, but that's the question people are asking. And even if it weren't a conspiracy from the beginning, you do have the question of, did this whole saga allow people who were opposed to Trump to simply develop something that maybe had not been there in the first place? They saw an opportunity and then they took it. So first, let's get the information about the ballots, and then we're going to get a couple of other details that seem to indicate maybe there's a little bit more there. But I want y'all to discuss this down in the comments about how you see it. But before we do, y'all, only for our YouTube viewers, we are running a super sale on our Paralegal. Scroll all the way down to the red button at the bottom of dollars, people. Give it away as
During voters, all the election
Christmas gift, y'all. And now let's go ahead and jump into the story.
Fulton County made a stunning admission about the 2020 election. After almost 5 years of assuring voters all procedures were followed, it turns out that may not be entirely true. Now they face some steep fines from the state elections board. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live tonight at the state capitol, where this all came out earlier this month. Doug.
Yeah, good evening, Blair. And those fines could crest $1 million if the state elections board gets exactly what they're asking for. Fulton County essentially admitted that there were unsigned tabulator tapes. Those are those pieces of paper akin to receipts that come out of the voting tabulation machines that help them verify how many people voted and to make sure that it actually matches the number of votes that were cast. Those are unsigned, and that violates state law. The board also admitted that they were missing some documents tied to 2020.
But it's a violation of a rule. They should have done it.
A stunning admission earlier this month from an attorney representing Fulton County's election board.
The tapes that are an issue in this case have been produced. They just weren't signed.
The ticker tapes she's talking about, shown here, are almost like receipts spit out by voting tabulators on election night. State law says they must be signed by poll workers for verification, but some 150 tapes tracking the votes of some 315,000 people during early voting in 2020 weren't signed.
At best, this is sloppy and it's lazy. At worst, it could be egregious and it could have affected an election.
So some people are saying, well, you know, this is just some votes that were not properly signed off on, but these votes were actual good votes. They just didn't have the proper signature. So is that people trying to downplay it and minimize what happened? Or is that an adequate explanation for what went on here?
Some other ticker tapes and documents tied to the 2020 election were also missing, the county said. The revelation made waves nationally. Even Elon Musk posted about it. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger assured it wouldn't have altered the results of the election that was audited and verified.
Hold on, let me verify. Let me see what Elon said. Hold on.
Revelation made waves nationally. Even Elon Musk.
Fulton County admits to illegally certifying 315,000 ballots in 2020 election. Not the B. No kidding. That's crazy. I mean, that would have, now again, not saying that every vote would have been for Trump, but there is the 11,000 votes that Trump was talking about. That's crazy.
Posted about it. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger assured it wouldn't have altered the results of the election that was audited and verified several times over. Raffensperger posting online, quote, "A clerical error at the end of the day does not erase valid legal votes."
A clerical error could be one tabulator tape not signed or one tabulator tape missing, not 148 tabulator tapes missing.
Garland Favorito, who runs the conservative watchdog group Voter GA, said the admission is disturbing to people who've had doubts about the 2020 election for years.
Not vindication. It's just about accuracy and in the integrity and security of future elections.
And that wasn't it for Fulton County this month. Just last Friday, a judge down the hill here ruled that they have to turn over images of ballots from 2020. It was something they had been fighting the state elections board on for well over a year. We're outside the state capitol. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
And then adding to the idea that this may have been a conspiracy, in her recent Georgia State Senate testimony, the questioner asked Fani Willis about how apparently she had a plot to go after Donald Trump before she even took office. Now, she pushed back on this very strongly, but again, you have the question.
I'd like you to take a look at the screen for me, if you will. This is from Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. And he was asked for the search committee. You said that began when DA Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election, but prior to her taking office. Okay, so between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so when you had conversations with individuals, you said on multiple occasions, you said no, and you turned down the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long conversation about, I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime, and that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to.
Okay, fun fact. The gentleman sitting next to her is the former governor of Georgia. He's her lawyer. He was offered the role that Nathan Wade took. I'd like to know a little bit more about when they started the search for him. Because he was going to be Nathan Wade, allegedly. But he said he didn't feel like it was offering enough for all that he was going to have to do. So Nathan Wade took it. So Nathan got, so she got a discount. But I'd like to know when did she offer him that role? I think that's very interesting. He's sitting right there. But, he's not deposed, so they can't necessarily ask him. But I do think that would be interesting.
Be a lawyer.
And then you also have the fact that Fulton County has used this entire election saga as a way to not seat Republicans on the Fulton County Election Board. So think about this, y'all. This is actually in litigation right now, and the Fulton County Democrats have said, under penalty of contempt and a $10,000 per day fine, under judge's order, we still refuse to seat Republicans to our election board. And they say because they're election deniers, which comes back to the 2020 election. And now we're seeing that there were shenanigans happening. I mean, there were always reports of shenanigans, but now it seems there's an official finding of shenanigans.
Fulton County's Board of...
So, look, I thought the exact same thing. It's funny. I'm only laughing about it. Thank you, Savannah. Savannah says this. The former governor is the lawyer. Is that legal? It seems weird. I only laugh because I know where he lives. He lives around the corner from me. And I just think it's very funny that, yeah, he's a former governor. But he's always been a lawyer, so he's still practicing law. And he only takes big cases, of course. And so this is a big case that he's taking, and he's probably getting paid just truckloads. I mean, they're probably just wheelbarrowing it in on him, right? That's just crazy. But I just think that's hilarious, man. This is stuff that happens here in Georgia now. I'm sure it's legal. I'm sure it's legal. Okay. Let me just say that. I don't think there's anything wrong with him being the lawyer. But I just think it's funny as well. Let's finish up.
Commissioners has once again declined to name 2 Republicans to the county's election board. This after a judge ruled they had to do it, a ruling now in an appellate court. 11 Alive's Doug Richards reports on what they did and didn't do today.
My vote will remain a no on election deniers.
The Democratic majority on the Fulton County Commission persisted in its refusal to name 2 Republicans to the County Board of Elections. Republican Julie Adams is already on the board seeking renomination. A former election board chair said she had been a disruptive presence.
We have the experience of understanding she costs taxpayers money. She is disruptive to the organization.
Republicans also wanted to name Jason Frazier to the board, also described by his detractors as a 2020 election denier. Republicans reminded Democrats a judge had ordered the board to ratify the 2.
Well, hey, it seemed like people that denied the election probably are the smartest people in the room at the current moment. That is crazy work. For the life of me, I don't understand how we get away with this. I really don't. It is very possible that it's very possible this election, that 2020 election could have gone differently. It could have gone totally different.
2 Republicans.
We're not going to listen to the judge. We're not going to listen to his order because we don't like it. Isn't that what they accuse the Republicans of doing? Isn't that what they accuse Trump of doing?
A nomination is a recommendation. It is a suggestion.
Marvin Arrington Jr. also wanted to block the Republican nominations. Democrats in the legislature wrote a letter urging the Fulton County Board not to give in. But Republicans backed by the National Party are expecting to keep up the court fight.
If anything, this fight to keep Jason and Julie off the board has only strengthened the fight of the Republican Party.
Yet on a party line vote, the Democratic majority prevailed.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
So yeah, all of this seems to be very, how shall I say, suspicious. But, you know, you're talking about large and very complex situations and systems. So there's always going to be anomalies. So let me know, y'all, down in the comments, do you think that this was a plan, a plot, a conspiracy? Do you think that this just turned out to be something so complex and it just presented Democrats with an opportunity to take advantage of it? Or do you think that, no, you agree with Fani Willis and them and that Trump and them were committing crimes? Drop your comment down below, y'all. Before you do, please stop, hit the share button. Share this video out over email, text message, WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all your favorite social mediums. And of course, if you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Don't forget about our $5.99 super sale for the paralegal certificate. It's only running for a couple of more days, y'all, until Christmas. Yes, the certificate is good nationwide.
Shout out to Paralegal Institute. I appreciate him. So I just dropped the link right here. Check out what he's doing. He does great work, really good deep dives every day, several topics around the nation or around the world and such like that. Excellent work. Fantastic content creator for sure. Let him know I sent you for doing that. All right. Now, here is the infamous. In the chat real quick. Have you all heard this? Have you all heard the full audio of the infamous Trump calling Roethlisberger to get him to find, quote unquote, find him those votes? In the chat, if you've heard it, green hearts if you've already heard it before, and then any other answer if you haven't. Okay. I was a little taken aback. I was a little surprised because I guess I always thought it was like some nefarious, you know, hey, you know, I need 11,000 votes. You know, I can't do a Trump impersonation, so let me stop. I thought it was way more egregious than what it is. It's not what we've been told. And I guess I never wondered, like, why have y'all never played this? So anyway, here's the audio. Let's bring it in. I don't remember how long it is. I think it's like 11 minutes long. All right, real quick. So here is Trump calling in to ask Georgia to find me those 11,000, the infamous 11,000 votes. All right, here we go. In the chat, and always green hearts, so let's keep it going. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
It's a great reputation. It's incredible. Thank you for your support, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I thank you for your service, and I'm just honored to be a supporter, and I fear for this country's future if we...
Oh, David, it's what's going on, and with that crazy governor you have. I mean, this guy, do you know he was 21 points down? And actually, David Perdue called me in the primary, you know, with 1 day to go. You know, he was getting killed by, I guess, the lieutenant governor and others. He was in third or fourth place. And David Perdue called me, would you endorse him? I said, who is he? I don't know. And they convinced me he's fine. So I said, all right. I endorsed him. He went up like 60 points immediately. He won the thing the following day. And then I helped him get, as you know, you were probably there, I helped him get elected with, you know, beat Stacey. Great Stacey, and so he beat Stacey, and you know, I had two rallies. I had 40,000 people each. The one had 55,000 people, and that was it. You know, I helped the guy greatly. And when I called him to help on this, I thought it would be routine. Are you there, Dave? You can hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. When I called him to ask on this thing, you know, can you call General Assembly? Can we go over the signatures? You know, we check the signatures, you'd find that 25% of them were forgeries, okay, or were false. They weren't the wording for forgeries. They were just, you know, somebody wrote a name down. And that would be the end of the election for David. Wouldn't have to worry. Probably she wouldn't either, because I'll bet you'd have 200,000 at least. And that would be the end of this whole thing, and we would win the state. And he didn't want to do it. I said, oh, wait, now let me explain it again. Well, I can't do that for you. I said, you can't do it for me. You're not doing it for me. You're doing it for everybody. You're doing it for the country.
Okay, real quick. Let me just stop for a second. Because I was taken aback. He's not saying like go out there and go, you know, go gin up some votes. He's saying go just check and make sure the votes are authentic. That's not what we were told. Let's keep listening. But that's not what we were told. We were told he called him and said, hey, I'm going to make you an offer that you cannot refuse. Like I was told, and I live here in Georgia, I was told that, he called and was threatening, putting people's lives in danger and stuff like that. That's not what this sounds like. Let me continue.
And he's like a stonehead. I can't believe it. He doesn't want to call a special election. Now, I understand you have the right constitutionally to do that yourself, according to who they say is the best lawyer there is, John Eastman. But this governor, and then you have Raffensperger, who's a disaster. Raffensperger. He's a disaster. And I'm saying, can you believe it? And I do something I never do. I said, wait a minute. I never knew you, and I helped you. And one thing has nothing to do with the other. But you mean you wouldn't call, for the sake of transparency, a special session, or you won't let us go and verify signatures because they're corrupt? No, I can't let you do that. A thing like this has never happened to me. I have to tell you that. It's never happened to me, David. I've had some beauties, but I've never had anything like that. And I will be fighting this guy like you never saw. I know where I'll be in 2 years. I know what place I'm going to be. That's going to be in Georgia. And we won this thing by 400,000 or 500,000 votes, just like we did Alabama and every other state in the South. And we won your state massively. They took votes away. Plus, you saw the tape. That's just one tape of many. What we have is just unbelievable. But then they say, oh well, they were there early in the morning, and that was coming out of suitcases, luggage, and it was a lot of votes. It was probably more than 100,000. They ran them through 3 or 4 times. The same votes. And then they say how honest it was. It's just incredible. And the guy doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get to the bottom of it. He doesn't want to do it. And we win the state automatically. All we need is either of the two, frankly. But the better is the special session, because if you agree with us, you can vote the state as a victory for us. And your guys want to do it. I'll tell you. I mean, I don't know how you get along with them, but your other guys on the Senate side, they agree. They agree. It's really like an incredible situation. So what is your suggestion, David? What do you think?
Well, I had a very good conversation with Mayor Giuliani earlier this afternoon.
Right, he's fantastic. And sounds like he's getting better fast too. Which is
he did sound strong, and his mind was extremely dynamic. He mentioned Professor Cameron. What's his name?
John. Right.
Yeah.
John Eastman.
Eastman. And I've got some of my people looking at that.
Hey, real quick, and again, I'm gonna play the whole thing. It's got a little bit of time left, and again, I don't hear Trump threatening anybody. I don't hear him, making an offer you can't refuse. And this gentleman he's talking to is David Ralston, and I forgot exactly what his role is here in Georgia. I gotta look it up, but his name is David. He's a Speaker of the House, I believe. Georgia Speaker of the House, David Ralston. There we go. And anyway, I just want to continue. Let's go.
Because frankly, that was a theory of us coming into session that we had not considered. We have been thinking that we had to travel down the road of having 3/5 of the House members, which we couldn't get.
By the way, you do it to uncover fraud. You could say for transparency and to uncover fraud, possible fraud. So who's going to stop you for that? It's like
a federal judge, possibly. Yeah, Mr. President, there's some liberals out there. You've dealt with them, and ultra liberals. And then the other method, of course, is for the governor to call us in, and he's pretty adamant that he's not going to do that.
Nobody knows why.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean.
All right, let me see. I don't know what this large pause is right here. Was this the end of it? Hold on. It seemed like they dropped the phone or something, but it does pick back up.
We're looking at it. I mean, Mr. President, I have not signed up with the governor or the lieutenant governor on their public statements, which have blown off the idea of there being any kind of recourse, whether it's special session or no. I marched to my own drummer, and my own drummer says, I want Donald Trump to remain the president. If there's any way that we can possibly help in that regard, I'm on board.
Thank you, David.
So,
thank you. We won't forget.
Okay.
I had a rally there, as you know, a few days ago, and it was
I watched it.
25,000 people. They went crazy. And by the way, his name was mentioned. He's finished politically. You couldn't even bring him back, I don't think. But he's finished politically, and he has no clue. This guy has like no clue. The love in that area was at an airport. The love in that thing was unbelievable, and his name was mentioned, and the crowd was booing. You couldn't even believe it. It's number one, you're doing the right thing for the country. Number two, it's the right thing to do.
Well,
it's just the right thing to do, and it's popular. That's not so bad either, right?
No, it's not bad.
But it's very popular, and I won the state by 500,000 votes, and they just took it away. I mean, it's the most incredible thing. That would be almost like losing Alabama. I was way up. In fact, they announced at like 9 o'clock in the evening that I was 350,000 votes up in Georgia, and everybody said I was 950,000 up.
I remember that too.
950. It took at least they took 3 days to get rid of that one. So that I went from this massive win to just barely. They nipped it over the line. And you heard the stuff where he was more popular than Obama, only in 5 states, but they were all the swing states. Otherwise, Obama blew him out of the water with all the different votes. So it's a scam. And you could use that information as actually that information's good stuff. Because it's almost 100% foolproof. They have various ways that it was impossible for Trump to lose the election based on the results. I got 75 million votes. Nobody's ever had that many votes. Nobody's ever had that many votes. And I'm telling you, they said if we could get 67, I got 63 the last time in 2016. If we could get 66 or 67. So we were heading for 67, 68. I ended up getting 75 million votes and we lost. We're going to win at 68, and that's according to John McLaughlin. It was the real deal. John, the pollster. Yep. He's a real pollster. And it was just amazing. I will not forget it, and you'll be more popular. You're popular now, but you'll be more popular. I mean, this governor, I don't know what he's doing. He's the Republicans.
I think you're.
And people in the state, they can't believe it. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know what this drop off is, but again, is he threatening the guy? It doesn't sound at all like a threat. Like, how did they end up indicting him off of this? This is crazy work, man. And given the fact now we know that the machines weren't certified, they didn't do all the proper steps. That's crazy work, man.
And I think they're going to, unless they give Trump the state, these two senators are both going to lose. And, that's where that Lynn Wood was, what he was saying, David, was if you don't give Trump the state, we're not going to vote because they're angry. Those people were angry. And yet, in love with me, we love Trump, we love you. That's never happened in a political rally. It happens at every rally I go to all over the place. That's why we got 75 million votes. So, whatever you can do, I promise you one thing, you'll be much more popular than you are now, and you're doing just fine, and also it's the right thing to do.
Thank you very much.
He's like a knucklehead, David. He's like a stonehead. He just says, oh. I can't believe I endorsed him. I can't even believe it.
Well, we're going to continue looking for ways to be helpful because I think it's important to the country's future.
And Burt Jones is very much much on our side. Now I don't know if you're friendly with Bert or not.
Yeah, Bert and I are good.
Yeah, he's got like 4 or 5 guys, and they're all like going crazy about this thing. They're so angry. They're totally on our side. So they were at that rally, actually. That's where I got to meet them, and they were cheering like everybody else.
Yep.
The level of support we have is incredible.
Yep.
But we have a knucklehead. We have a couple of knuckleheads, including Duncan, the lieutenant governor. What a jerk he is. He's a puppet. He's a puppet of the other guy. And then you have Rafflesberger. Boy, you have some group. But it's very beatable. If we had a special session, we will present, and you will say, it's been massive fraud. We're going to turn over the state. And you know what? Your 2 senators will win in a landslide. But these people are not going to vote. They're not going to go out and vote. They have signs, don't vote. They're not with you, sir. They're not with you, sir. That's what it says on their signs. Or they're holding, like 25,000 people there. They're holding up signs. And don't forget, I never did that before because I did a rally for somebody else. That wasn't a rally for me. I didn't know if anybody was going to show up, and the place was packed. But it wasn't packed for them. It was packed for us. So I appreciate it, David.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, my friend. You let us know.
God bless you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
All right, so that was the audio of Trump calling the Georgia senator, Georgia state senator, Speaker of the House, rather, David Ralston, asking him to call a special session to ask that the votes be recounted, reevaluated, because he thought something was up. Lo and behold, now they're coming clean and saying, yeah, hey, we really didn't know if those machines were certified. We really didn't know if whether or not they were, the number of votes, the ballots that were cast actually matched the number that was spit out. We don't know. Hey, we don't know. Y'all, that's crazy. And they were about to throw that man in jail for that. That is some crazy work, man. That is some amazingly crazy work. But let me know what y'all think about it for sure. What tape am I listening to? Well, send me the right tape then. Surfer Bowl, what? Send me the right tape, my friend. All right, let's see what we got. So, okay, lots of good conversation back and forth in the chat. I'm always love the conversation, love it right here. Let's go ahead and knock out these very kind super chats. Thank you, Kat. Some time ago, I apologize for just getting to it, but thank you so much for the $20 super. Candace Owens has been sure about 5011 theories she heard in her La La Land, from her dream chat with Charlie Kirk to by the time she returns a partridge in a pear tree. Gary and Jason are doing the Lord's work. Thank you for common sense facts. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm honored to be added in the number with Gary. Gary does great work over there for sure. Irene, thank you so much, sister. Rochelle Lee said in her latest podcast that she wouldn't be surprised if Candace ended up working for TPUSA. She thinks they are capitulating to her. Erica flying to Tennessee, for example. What are your thoughts? Okay, me and Rahel, we're going to actually have a conversation about this. I disagree with her. I disagree. Personally, Candace's this is the end of Candace's political future right here. Unless she just becomes an outright Democrat and they, catapult her to some role. This is the end of it. She won't get on with TPUSA. I do think TPUSA made a lot of bad decisions. I've not made any shorts about that. I think TPUSA made a lot of bad decisions with Candace, with Tucker, with Megyn Kelly, and the such. But I don't think they're crazy. I don't think they're just totally insane, because the things that Candace is saying, she's not just saying, hey, by the way, they use cheap coffee in the coffee maker in the third break room. No. She's accusing these people of some high crimes, of felonious crimes. Let's be honest, right? That you killed somebody. Yeah, I can't see them letting that slide. Now, them trying to do the right thing or try to mitigate, because again, keep in mind, no matter how it comes across, the optics are always going to be there. So you got this big, huge entity, Turning Point USA, and this little, tiny, small damsel in distress, Candace. So they don't want to look, they know the optics are going to look bad. If they come out and just crush her, well, that's going to look bad on her. So, of course, they're going to try to capitulate because they don't want all the foolishness. They need people to support them, not people to be against them because it came after Candace. So I do think that, again, how they handle it, I think we can always have a discussion about it. But I don't think it's ever going to, and I want to talk to Rahel about that. We were going to talk about it, but, the holidays came up. So we might do that still next week, or maybe even, I'll see when she has time available. But back to the point, I don't think that's crazy. I don't think TPUSA is that crazy. I think what's going to end up happening, I think Candace, her star has risen as high as it's going to go. Because we got to remember, the Macron case is going to be like a millstone tied around her neck. It's going to drag her right back down real quick, real fast. So we got to remember that. And I think once that happens, I don't think she's going to go any further than where she is now, in my opinion. But great question. And thank you so much for the $10 super. And then what we got here, Kelly Bag. Well, dropping that 10, no question or comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you for supporting what we're doing over here. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing? Jason, what do you think Candace Owens is going to do next? Okay, great question. Candace Owens is going to leave the Fort Huachuca train alone. Well, remember, the Macron case is supposed to ratchet up on the 6th of January. So we got all this week. We got New Year's next week. That goes right into the weekends. That's I think that's the first Tuesday in January. I think personally she's going to probably try to sit it out once that case comes out, because we're going to find out about the dismissal. It's not going to get dismissed. It's going to go into extra innings, and it's going to get real ugly, real quick, real fast. And I think what's going to happen is Candace is going to use that as a diversion. She's going to use that as, oh, look, there's something shiny over there. Look over there, and then run in the other direction. So I don't think Candace is going to keep pushing this. I don't think so. I think she's going to try to get off of this because she is getting battered on social media for Mitch's story, the Egyptian plane shenanigans, and so forth. Now, she can try to double down like, oh, we're winning the psyops. We're winning the psychological warfare. Ma'am, you crying into your pillow every night. Stop it. Just stop. But she won't just, throw in the towel and say, I quit. So she's looking for an opportunity to get off the train. So I think she's hoping that a week and a half, 2 weeks of her not streaming is going to help. She's going to also hope that with the Macron case, that's going to add something else for her to focus on and say, well, I can't focus on Charlie's murder because I have to deal with the Macrons. Something like that. That's what I think is going to happen. Thank you for the question, though. Great question. All right. All right, let me see. Lots of good conversation back and forth. I'm kind of disappointed, Jay. Who are you disappointed? And me? Hopefully not me. What have I done? My country is corrupt? Oh, man. Oh, my county's corrupt. No, I live in Cobb County. I live in Cobb County, but Fulton County is right down the street around the corner. Oh, my gosh, yes. Fulton County stays corrupt. Fulton County is probably one of the most, without even saying it, without knowing it, Fulton County is probably one of the most corrupt counties in Georgia. Probably so. If it wasn't the first, it's definitely the second, but I can't think of a county that's more corrupt than Fulton County. I mean, that's where the city of Atlanta's in. Atlanta's in Fulton County. I can't think of one that's worse. I can't. In all honesty, though. All right. There are lots of good conversation about Candace going on. We got a lot of that stuff. People are saying this. No, TPUSA won't bring her back. They'll keep supporting Tucker and Megan and throw Ben under the bus. Man, I hope not. I feel like Ben is probably, truthfully, I think Ben is the best thing they got going, in my opinion. She's trying to ruin Erica with ex-boyfriend claims to paint her as a cheater, the way she baited that deranged man. What picture did you see? What did you see? She is gross. No question about it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think TPUSA is ever going to let that slide. I agree with this 100%. I think once she started with the Charlie Kirk quote unquote investigation, I do think the end of her story started. The end of her story started. And let me also just add, like, Candace doesn't have a long track record of staying on topics for long periods of time. Most of them, if you look at it, she's got 2 years. If you look at her work history, about 2 years. If you look at her quote unquote investigations, no more than 2 years. So the Macron case started in February of last year. Is it February or April? I can't remember off the top of my head. It started last year, so we're going to be going into our first full year of it. They're going to drag her into extra innings already. They haven't even gotten to the case yet. They haven't even gotten to discovery, for crying out loud. They're going to drag her into extra innings, and she does not want that. She is going to find and beg for a way to get out of that case. I can't see it lasting. And so that being the case, I think we are watching, again, I agree with you. We're seeing the end of it. Yeah, like she's running her timer out. Great point. Like for example, and I see a great comment right here. I'm gonna bring up in a second. Tucker Carlson claims to be America First, right? We were talking about America First when we were looking at Mirror, right? Then why did he buy a house in Qatar? Help me make that make sense. All of the rumors swirling around about Tucker Carlson, what do they call it, Tucker Qatarison and all that kind of stuff like that, and you go buy a house in Qatar. Okay. But you're not. Okay, got it. Do I see Candace taking playoffs? You mean a payoff? How would she get paid off? It's possible now. Let's not I want to know what you mean by that. I have ideas. I have ideas about her getting paid in various and sundry ways. Let me know exactly what you mean by that, Donald. Yeah, I need to know a little bit. I like the question. I just want to make sure I understand where you're going with it. Fonnie Willis is in a lot of trouble. Like, not just because of the whole Trump interference, but a lot of trouble. It's funny. The adage is that the Democrats use you as a tool and then throw away their broken toys. You look at Stacey Abrams, you look at everybody who sued Trump before the election. Every one of them is coming to some kind of ill repute. And same things with Fonnie Willis. I can't think of the other guy's name off the top of my head for some reason. I'm having a brain freeze. But everybody who does it. So don't be surprised. Fonnie Willis won't get taken out because of the Trump interference case, but because of some other shenanigans that have happened here in Georgia. I love my county. I love Cobb County. It's got issues. Don't get it twisted. It's got issues, but I love Cobb County. Candace is on the timer and is running out. No question. No lie detected. And you are correct. Thank you so much for that, Loyal. I think she was with the Daily Wire for 3 years, but to the point that you're making, they were being generous. I think they had already known that they were definitely in too deep with her, and they were trying to find a way to keep her on. And they kept her on a lot longer than they probably should have. There were a lot of key mistakes made, for sure. I don't think she's gonna. I don't think Candace would fake her demise. If you're saying Candace, I don't think Candace would. Candace is a real one. I don't think she would fake her demise. Yeah, payoffs. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, no. Remember, Candace is in the defense position. So she's being sued. So what would probably end up happening is what I think will probably end up happening is once the case is no longer going to be dismissed, they will immediately try to come to some kind of closed door agreement with the Macrones, and the Macrones are going to be in the catbird seat. They're going to be able to say, well, we want all of your content. We want the revenue that you receive from all of your content talking about us, from your merch to your videos, all that stuff. We want all of that money. We want you to take the videos down. We want a written apology, and we want you to, I don't know, something else. I mean, they're going to be in a position, and Candace is, because she does not want this to go to a trial. She doesn't. She really can't. She can't want it to go to trial. Because you got to think about it. If the Macrones knew that Brigitte Macron was a man, they would be the biggest idiots on the block to do this, because they know it's going to come to that position where they're going to have to prove, or they're going to have to show and prove and whatnot like that. Now, this is something that we can talk with Nick tomorrow. By the way, Nick Brooks will be on the channel tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. So, matter of fact, I dropped a community post earlier just asking for questions. So I have a ton of questions I'm going to ask him. But if you have questions you would like to ask him, let me just make sure I still have it up. Yeah, let me put it. I'm going to put it back up. Did I delete it? No, I got it right here. Okay. I got it. Let me put this. I'm going to put it back up for y'all. And go in and drop your questions. If you have some questions you want me to ask him tomorrow. But the reason I bring that up is because, as far as I understand, the judge is going to determine whether or not the information that they gave, AKA the birth announcements, wedding photos, testimony from children and so forth, if that's sufficient. Because if it is, guess what? They will never have to have a DNA test, blood sample, anything of that nature. They won't have to do that. If the judge determines that that's not sufficient, then they will have to give some other information. But it's going to be it's looking bad. I'm going to be honest with you. It's looking bad for her, in my opinion. All right, so that's 12 p.m. That's the first problem. Okay, so I'm dropping that community post. All right, I dropped it in the chat. Not in the chat, sorry. I dropped it into the, can I copy it? Okay, I can drop it in the chat. Ha, ha, ha. All right, here we go. Let's get out of here. Bang. All right, drop your questions for Brother Nick tomorrow. I hope that's right. Let me double check. All right, that should be it right there. So you can, if you have any other questions you would like, we're going to be talking about Candace. We're going to talk about the Macron case. We'll be talking about defamation against TPUSA. I have tons of questions I'm going to ask him. If anything new comes up, I'll definitely give you shine for the question and have him answer those as well. So that's what we have planned for tomorrow morning or lunchtime. Please forgive me, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. 6 o'clock, I'm supposed to be having Keisha King on. We're going to be talking about Nicki Minaj. And this is just another conversation about Nicki Minaj, who is a rapper, female rapper, and she came out very pro Turning Point USA, pro Trump, and of course, pro Christians around the persecuted Christians around the world. And I just want to look at some of the responses that people have had for her positioning. So me and Keisha are going to look at that tomorrow at 6 o'clock Saturday. And then, of course, on Sunday, I got my mega live stream. We're going to end the year strong. So we're just coming in and going to have a lot of fun. and all that kind of good stuff. Talking with content creators, got some authors coming in, giving away some books. We'll be doing some fun things, have some crazy story times, all that kind of good jazz like that. And that'll be on Sunday, starting at 6 o'clock as well. So we got a lot happening. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Oh, last thing, because I'm super petty. Last thing. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, here we go. Bring this in. Okay, real quick. So right here on my community post, this is our poll or questions. If you want to just go ahead and leave a question for Nick, put it right there. Right here is an excellent article. It's a Substack by a friend of the channel. His name is Rick Caldwell from Caldwell Apologetics, discussing why it's necessary to listen to both sides of a story before we make decisions, and being mindful that we're not allowing ourselves to get tricked into believing something before we hear the full story. And excellent Substack. If you're not familiar with Substack, it's just a online newsletter, and you don't have to sign up for it. You just click on it right here, and you can read it. And there it is right there. Sorry. And there it is right there. So love for y'all to go check out what Rick did over there. Great guy, friend of the channel, has been on the channel several times, usually is in the live chat, all that kind of good stuff like that. Let's see. There's a fun. I have a troll that doesn't like me. I took his poll about what he said about me and made some fun out of it. You want to talk about your Christmas holiday traditions? Feel free to do that as well. Everybody, I want to say thank you so much to you all. I say this a lot because I really do mean it. Thank you so much for not only coming to the best live chat and making it the best live chat and making it the most electrifying comment section on the planet. I really appreciate it. Even if you just hit the like button because you like the videos, or if you don't like the videos, you hit the like button 3 times. Hey, I appreciate it either way. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for being a part. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you so much for your cash apps, all that stuff. It means a lot. I do not want to take it for granted, because you could go anywhere. You can be at anybody's channel talking about anything, right? But I appreciate you hanging out with us. So I will see you all, Lord willing, tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 with Nick. We'll be talking again. We're talking with Keisha later on tomorrow night. Sunday, we got a mega live stream. Just going to have a lot of fun. Lots of shenanigans going on. So I would love body cams. I'd love for you to check it out, see what we're doing this weekend. But everybody, thank you so much. Hopefully you had a wonderful Merry Christmas. I'm hoping to see you all, Lord willing, before the end. Tuesday. Oh, you know what? Let me save it. I'm not going to tell you about Tuesday because we already got a lot of stuff going on. So I will make sure you know about Tuesday on Sunday, because we got a lot of great show planned on Tuesday. Great interview. I think you'll really enjoy. So everybody, thank you so much for rocking with us. I'll see you all real soon. So until then, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment, because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.